So from what I understand, Logos was written more so by the voice actors than it was the actual lore guys, I believe.
Half accurate. So it was written with some input from the VAs. It was mostly written with by the official translator of the game, who worked in tandem with the Japanese staff. If you watch their making of video that came out a few months ago, he actually mentioned that he would go back and forth with the official writer of the game just to get everything right. Which is interesting because previously, like I forget how am I forgetting his name. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've touched a FF16, but the guy who translates the game, he also does the translations for FF14.
Oh,
So
really?
he's worked for a while with Square. Um, but specifically for 16, their whole model was what's in the English version is like 100% canon, but so the Japanese version is kind of like a weird scenario where neither outranks the other, but they're both officially viable.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I know the Japanese version of Logos has been out for a few months, but no one bothered to scan it and put it online, so we kind of had to wait for the English.
So I was tempted to buy the Japanese one when it first came out, but at that point I was just burned out with 16, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait for the English to drop so I don't have to spend all that time translating the pages. But okay. All right. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Retro. Yep. Logos is here at long last. It's roughly 200 pages, I want to say. Oh, a little more actually. Okay, so looks like we got some good world building. Predominantly world building, actually, it looks like. Interesting. All right. Every age has its heroes, men and women whose deeds are so great that they transcend history and become legend, yet the legends only ever tell part of the story. 15 centuries ago, humanity built great floating cities, breathed life in the metal, and fought wars with the very gods themselves. We know these accomplishments, and we know almost nothing about the people behind them. Who were they? What drove them? What inspired them? What brought them joy? What broke their hearts? Are we going through everything? All the most important things? Yeah, we're gonna go through it because I don't want to. I don't really want to miss anything. It shouldn't take too long. I mean, there will be a point where the information will stop being relevant, and I'll be near the end of the book because that's going to be, I mean, I'll still read through it, but that's going to be more world building, I feel like, than anything else, depending on what it says, though. We'll take a look. Okay, so this is read by the scholar in the book. I'll take on time, listen, knowledge hoarded, knowledge lost. The scholar story depends on where the image, magic future that we have learned has been forgotten, in which we are forgotten. Okay, so then I'm assuming the premise for this book is in the lore it's written after the events of the game, then?
Correct. Uh, Correct. There's also like a final note at the end from Clive to Jill, which doesn't change the ambiguity of his status, but I always have considered that he just died. I think it more thematically fits if he just dies at the end. It doesn't really make much sense to me if he survives and then doesn't go back to Jill. And
I
like this is sometime after the final fight in Origin, so I feel like it most thematically makes sense if he passed away.
Yeah, because if he were to come back, I feel like there's no reason not to show us him coming back.
Yeah, if there's like a final letter to Jill at the end of the book, it really does kind of speak to me that yeah, he's dead. I know that like the writers want to keep it quote unquote ambiguous for storytelling reasons, but there's really no ambiguity to it.
All right, our story begins far from the shores of Alastia, among the civilization of the godlike Ultima Collective. No relic or writing of this ancient era has yet been discovered by mankind. Our only real evidence is the testimony of Ultima himself, delivered at the fall of Drake's Spine. To hear him tell that he and his kind brought the gift of magic to the world, creating a land wherein all life flourished. As to what shape their civilization took, one can only speculate. Mayhaps its architecture bore some similarity to Ultima's work in Valastia, the lofty spires of Reverie and Twinside. Its culture is more difficult to imagine, though based on what we have witnessed, it would not be unreasonable to surmise the Ultimas shared a collective consciousness, being possessed not only of godlike powers of creation and destruction, but also the ability to separate and combine their spiritual and corporal forms at will. Should explorers one day happen to cross this primordial paradise across the sea, However, we expect they shall find naught but a blackened wasteland, for it was the Ultima civilization's wanton use of magic that first engendered the blight and brought about their culture's collapse. What survivors remained, if one can be said to have survived when reduced to naught but a disembodied spirit, set sail for unspoiled pastures where they might sow the seeds for their kind's revival. Given that Ultima, according to the Japanese Ultimania, was convinced that the Aether needed to cast rays wouldn't have caused the blight to happen, I can't help but wonder if the interdimensional rift is the reason the blight happened to his civilization. I wonder if they actually talk about it here or not. It is known for how long the remnants of Ultima's collective journey is unknown how long they searched pastures. Eventually, however, they found them in green, pleasant, and most poorly the rich land of Alastia. Here on the Twin Continents of Storm, they settled. Okay, so this one was already spoiled earlier on. So we do have a timeline. Let's go. Ultima's Master Magic. To achieve this, Ultima's can require two things: a colossal quantity of Aether and a vessel strong enough to channel it. Acquiring the first was comparatively simple. Their flesh already cast aside, they fashioned the mother crystals, master crystalline constructs to be placed strategically around the twins, each which would siphon Aether from the land and transfer back to a central location, presumably a vessel we now know as Origin. I think this is a direct quote, actually, from the game. I think that's exactly how it's stated in the game. The second required more creativity and nations to the ultimate treasure along its strength to conjure forth the almighty vessels from which they had once channeled their world altering magics. It appears they had learned from their experiments with creating that flesh and blood. Once summoned into existence, may spontaneously reproduce and evolve. Thus did they create humanity. Logos Maxine. They imbuing each tribe with a fragment of elemental strength that might one day give rise to a fitting vessel mythos, and then they went to sleep. So, you've read further into this. Do they ever state Ultimanius's like position among his people, or no?
It's on Ultima's page. He's like he was the like king, quote unquote. He's like kind of like their main representative of the survivors.
Yes.
Ultimalius is basically like the head honcho.
No, okay. I'm glad they mentioned that because yeah, in the Ultimania guide, it states he's the king of his people, but the game never tells you that. So I was kind of hoping this would. So I'm glad they do mention that. It takes many years. For Ultima, time was no enemy, and besides, amassing the gargantuan quantities of Aether required to cast a spell would also take many eons. Okay, so this changes things a little bit because Eon is what, 1,000 years?
The game, if I remember right, the Ultimania Japanese one already said there was like 5,000 years. Was like
Okay.
when Ultimalius and like his people kind of like migrated to Valisthea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay,
Sorry,
but so
sorry,
yeah, so
sorry to cut it. Sorry to cut in. Aeons is millions. You're thinking of millennium.
Aeon can also be like a vague, long period of time.
an eon is the largest division of geological time, spanning of millions to billions of years, or an indefinite long period. All right, we're just gonna assume this means indefinite long period, because there's no way it was millions of years given the timetable we're given. Hello, Nello. Thus, the Ultima and his kin enter their millennia-long slumber. Yeah, it says millennia here, so thousands of years. It took thousands of years to get the Aether for a raise. Monitoring humanity's progress by means of the echoes and artifacts left behind. Okay, so we've already seen this before because this was already posted in previews. But let's see here if anything. Okay, well, nothing changed here with the icons or anything.
I
Well,
consider Ray, I consider Ray's kind of fraudulent in the sense that like it could well it wasn't exactly rays that Clive tried to use to bring back Joshua, but it was kind of like the Phoenix's healing powers empowered by like all that aether that was going to be used for rays. So I don't know. I kind of view it. I mean, and like Clive kind of implies too that like Ultima was wrong that like the vessel wasn't going to be able to hand him like his own like Ultima all of Ultima's power plus like all the power that the vessel had. So it's kind of like I don't know. I think Ultima probably underestimated just how much more power they needed for Rays, or Rays was always destined to fail from the get go.
so the way, and this is my criticism about the DLC. If you beat the Leviathan DLC, you get a new description for Clive, confirming he is now the perfect vessel. There should have been an alternate ending where Clive lived if you had the Leviathan DLC. I always find that ridiculous because Clive dies originally because he's an imperfect vessel. There's also just the chance that the vessel was never meant to survive. Like, maybe it was just meant to cast rays, and then Ultima would just have a new body as a result of rays. It, I was hoping that was gonna be explained here, Cyber, but it sounds
It's
like
possible. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's possible. I only got to page 70.
okay. I was gonna say I was really hoping they were gonna explain it here.
Again, my internet connection is dog crap. It's better that you just keep going.
If mankind's current capacity for innovation is the Unimeta dead? We'll find out because from what I understand, we do get information on the Battle Out origin. So let's go. If mankind's current capacity of innovation isn't. Oh, and also to regard Rays being fraudulent for a moment, to defend 16 here for a minute, uh, Rays is technically just whatever you want it to be based on how magic works. So it could be like good reality warping if we had like better feats for the characters. If mankind's current capacity of innovation is in any way comparable to our distance, we can posit that many thousands of years elapsed between its first awakening and its first great fall, though precisely when we cannot say. It was during this period that humanity began to stray from the path laid out by its creator. Instead of following Ultima's orders, men chose to follow their own hearts and their own curiosity. They abandoned duty to mother crystals based. Is this God of War Warhammer? This is Soul's Requiem. This is Final Fantasy 16. And began to range far and wide across twins and across paths, others falling in endless struggles for territory, while others, I love him, demon, chipped away at the crystal's flanks, marveling at the strange elemental forces they could conjure in the resulting shards. Yeah, logos dropped, the new lore book for 16, so we're checking it out. With the rediscovery of magic came ever increasing prosperity and ever increasing conflict. When no barriers dominate born, strength of the nation depended was tightly on the shards at its disposal. People with skills willing at thus did a race developing more potent magics begin. Okay. Here we go. Magitech. This is new. This was not posted in any of the previews. Eventually, magic alone will not suffice. The Slake Man starts for dominance, and he turns instead to technology, designing ever more ingenious contraptions to achieve that which ethereal arts alone could not. Is this development that marks the beginning of the fallen civilization, or the men of Magitech? As Pierre Terraforne, modern day Ferncliff, writing some 5 centuries after the fall, dubbed them, taking inspiration from the other powered echoes left behind by Ultima. This is tech used. Yeah, because Ultima actually uses a lot of technology. A lot of people don't talk about that, but like a lot of Ultima shit is actually just based on technology. These men built mechanical constructs, all but indistinguishable from living beings, to replace their armies, and took to the skies aboard vast flying fortresses. From these, they continued to harry their rivals. These developments having done nothing to quell the never-ending battle for control of the crystal required to activate and manipulate the creations. All right, so we got 4 of them. Um, in the countless years since the fallen came crashing down, most of the objects that came crashing down with them have either been salvaged or destroyed. Those that have not are occasionally found when erosion or excavation chances to unearth them. And while their purpose is largely unknown, they're highly sought after by scholars bent on unlocking their secrets. Final Fantasy sucks. They can't even beat Reaver from Fable. There's plenty of Final Fantasy characters who could beat Reaver. What are you smoking? Reaver's not even the strongest guy in Fable. 15 centuries
Fable
removed
even
from.
gotten a new release recently?
No, it's coming out soon. It's in the works, but I think it's a reboot to be fair, so it won't matter for anything like that. 15 centuries removed from their creation, these assuming existence will see warm to the touch and might quick to compelled by some unseen force to singe tightly around the wearer's flesh like a mother gripping the arm of a misbehaved child. Bits, once willed from slumber, these spherical constructs will flit and flutter about their new masters like dutiful yet unseen hummingbirds, sweeping in the provided should they need to rise. This mainly includes aid, both martial and medical in nature. They can't beat him in style, that's fair. Fallen belt. This belt is crafted with an unknown material with properties decidedly both ceramic and metallic, despite exhibiting the pliancy of treated leather. That it ever so subtly throbs in much same manner as living heart could, by some less adventurous types, be considered cause for concern. That's pretty cool. The Risen. Yeah, let not be said that every branch of humanity strayed so far from what's ideal of all terms that fallen people narrows. The motes of darkness held fast their God-given duty, quite why they should differ from their brethren in the way most likely explained by the unique nature which they defended. The mother crystals of the Mekis? I'm going to say the Mekis. I'm going to assume the Z is silent for that. Turning again to the teachings of the Circle of Malleus, we find a basis for the belief that the children of Demekis were unique among God's chosen and other the religion's foundational myths. The legend tells that prior to the fall, the Demekis were able to communicate directly with their creator. For those who enter the Mother Crystal's inner sanctum, being transported to the vault of the heavens. Though long interpreted as a mere fable, a metaphor for the religious fervor that would overcome them when praying to the heart, much is explained. If we instead consider this a statement of fact that within the mother crystal of Demeki slept some device that could instantaneously transport believers to a chamber elsewhere, whence they could commune with their Lord. If such a chamber were aboard an airship akin to Origin, another echo put in place by Ultima to surveil its creations, it would explain how the fallen, perpetually plagiarists of their creator's work might have found the inspirations for their own. Finally, it would explain how the modes of darkness, though they lacked the avarice that drove their brethren to develop ever more powerful weapons, should have nevertheless found the strength to defend the crystal until their very last. Perhaps they, and only they, were privy to the secrets of Ultima's answer, the Magitech. Okay, alright. Oh, icon lasts. Okay, so this is these are the Omega creatures.
Some stuff like this makes me wish that like in game, maybe we could have had like a flashback section showing more of this, or maybe like even kind of like a maybe like a flashback level. Like you leave controlling Clive for a bit, and you maybe control some rando during these like like playing like maybe one of the Fallen as like Ultima punishes them for their sins would have been kind of cool to observe.
No, that would have been great. That was always like 16's biggest like narrative problem, in my opinion, is that there's so much lore, but it doesn't let you like dive into that lore in any reasonable or like efficient manner. The Fallen, for their part, were not to be deterred, nor did their emulation of Ultima end with the airships. Inspired by the vision of Ultimalius and his heavenly servants that still lingered in mankind's collective memory, they crafted their ultimate magic monstrosities, the Icon Lass. Yet, unlike the icons that would later take their name, these were not created to serve God, but rather to overthrow him, that humanity might rule in his place, their very name itself meaning destroyers of the divine, as in mankind's wont. However, he first turned these weapons upon his own. Each fallen faction pitted the full extent of its magical might against its rivals in the War of the Magi, a conflict that not only shook the heavens, but inflicted a grievous sickness upon the land, the blight which visited Valstia much earlier than Ultima had expected. Let's see here. One can assume that Men of the Fallen's learning were quick to understand that what this heralded, and that unless they claimed the Lord's last secret for their own and remade the world in their image, their time would soon grow short. Thus, did the rival factions join forces to commit their final sin? Okay. Yeah, see, because again, that like we know they fought Ultima at one point, but we're never told the reasons that led to that. So I'm glad they're like properly just putting it here. A colloquy was convened and a great armada was formed. The following, their differences finally set aside, laid siege to Demekes, the last bastion of Ultima's faithful. The motes of darkness endeavored to drive them back, but with the strength of the icon last on their side, the invaders broke through the barriers protecting the Mother Crystal and marched on its inner sanctum. The Ultima would not yield his secrets willingly. Instead, he destroyed the crystal in a great conflagration that eviscerated the bulk of the Fallen's forces and scattered the rest. When the dust settled and the fires died down, all that remained was a yawning crater and a cautionary legend that has since spread to every corner of Alastia. Though the story of the Sands of Demekes has changed much in its centuries of retelling, some versions speak not of a single god but many, while others omit the destruction of Meta Crystal entirely. Its lesson remains the same, a lesson perhaps best laid down in the epilogue of Adalbert the Younger, the true and most lamentable tragedy of Demekes. Thus man did scorn his heaven given place, and turn his emerald eye into the sun. On mithril wings be soared unto disgrace. Two suns declined, yet in the morn rose none. So heed ye, lords and ladies all, how far thou climates, how far thou hast to fall. Okay. The fall. The fall plunged all of Astia in the darkness, quite literally, according to some accounts, which describe the heavens turning black and beginning to boil, and massive imbalance in Aether, summoning forth the first recorded instance of what the world come to be known as the Archy Sky or Arch Sky. Oh, I wonder if Ultima used fucking that one fucking move he does in the game against them then. 3 DLCs will fix the scaling. The scaling, no. The story is what needs fixing. This sudden aethoric upheaval appears to have also interfered with the workings of the Fallen's creations, causing those few airships that survived Ultima's judgment to drop from the skies like stones, and the machinery that creates civilization to fall silent. Yeah, so I wonder if he did use Primogenesis on them. It makes sense. Because that's what Primogenesis basically did, is it basically fucked with the Aether in the or on the continent and completely rendered things useless. I think it also rendered the crystals useless too at that point after Primogenesis, because that's why they needed the fake crystals to try and like stay alive. Much reduced both in number and stature, man once more turned to the magic of the crystals and the sweat of his brow for his survival. Thus did the survivors flock once more to the mother crystals to partake of their blessing and to strive with varying degrees of success to stay alive. So nuclear fallout. Not exactly. He basically floods the land with aether. Is I guess the best way to describe it. It doesn't look like it, but that's effectively what he does. All that except the motes of darkness. Those who survived the destruction of the Mekis were branded traitors and exiled to the great continent far to the south, where none knew of their involvement in humanity's darkest moment. A few ragged zealots, however, managed to remain and travel the land preaching a message of salvation that would in time become the religion known as the Circle of Malleus. Alright. In time, the circle itself spawned further creeds. All right, just wondering if others still doing the Universe Ref of 16. I'm sure there are arguments for Universal 16 still after the events of this book coming out, but I still have to read the book and see what it has. That's why I'm kind of here doing it live to see like if if there's any like big standout moments. It looks like the merge declaring the magic crystals instead to be the holiest of holies and the cutting of the shards and the use of the magic degree of sin, since it may be absolved through only penance, sacrifice, the sacred later separate from the circle entirely and become the crystalline orthodoxy. I believe the crystalline orthodoxy is Jill's family. I believe that's where you encounter the orthodoxy because they are in the game, but I'm trying to remember what faction they were. Meanwhile, those unfamiliar with during exposed to the circle's teachings were busily inventing new legends to replace forgotten knowledge. Dragons feature heavily in early post-fall folklore as representations of both the divine and the profane. The legend of the Drake posits that the mother crystals are the calcified remains of the great dragon that once terrorized the twins, while other rosier myths speak of heavenly heroes riding worms in the battle. The prevalence of such tales may in part be explained by dragons being larger, more numerous in ages past, and humanity suddenly finding itself significantly lower down the food chain. The legends that would later coalesce into the hymns of Gregor, however, those that told of a great war between the Dragonic Armada and the unbelievers, who would stand between the true faithful and the light of revelation, perhaps speak something more ancient, the clouded memory of a fallen faction's crusade against its rival, perhaps, an icon less model after visions of heavenly serpents. So from what I remember in Final Fantasy 16, it does say that Ultima created the myth of the dragons to better hide the purpose of the mother crystals. Because I think he also named like Drake's spine and stuff.
He's good at twisting history.
Yeah, I was gonna say he definitely steps in there. I'm rather puzzled on 16 having universal scaling, given I thought this would be a Final Fantasy that doesn't go universal scaling. If you really want to break it down, you can argue practically every Final Fantasy game has universal scaling based on its lore, not including Dissidia. Which, to be fair, Clive is getting into Dissidia, just not a normal Dissidia game.
If you speak of that evil, I will shoot your kneecaps.
What's the matter, Cyber? You're not a fan of Dual Decilium? Dual Decilium?
All I'll say is that he's dressed well, but I'm still shooting your kneecaps.
I accept. A burden to be born, as the tumult in the heavens slowly settled and darkness gave way to light, so too did the chaos that reigned below gradually give way to civilization. Hello, Rock and Alice. Well, yeah, Ultima made the crystals, yeah. Yeah, where the fallen had built marvelous machinery that harnessed the very powers of nature, their descendants, but a dozen generations later, may do with little more than the axe and the plowshare, and harnessed not but tame chocobos. The nations that rose around the mother crystals had little appetite for war, their attention consumed by satisfying their subjects' needs for sustenance, shelter, and shards. Though the people continued to use magic to fill their cups and light their hearts, or hurts. Their much reduced ambitions ensured that their draw on the Aether was a mere fraction of what it had been at any point since mankind's awakening. Thus, the Blight remained confined to the inaccessible and unpopulated peaks of Central Storm, and was, over the years, all but forgotten. Alas, this era of peace and prudence was not to last, as the anonymous author of From a Distance, A Study of Mankind's Storied History of Avarice and Duplicity explains. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessing. The wording used by the tribunes of the time, those born with the blessing, were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the year, this reverence for their kind will be fully fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove faithful. The divers or what the diverse nations of the time the diverse the diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bears into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bears for bears. Efforts were merely made to chasing the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meetings by force. The church responded by forming a voluntary army to resist persecution, yet continued creating a cycle of ever increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of Twins for 9 generations and decimated the population of men and bears both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valstian people. Uh, it's also the sins that one town where Ultima killed the crystal said left a crater where it used to be. Yeah, that's where the sins of the Meskis happened. As any student of history knows, the Bears' resistance was mercilessly crushed, and the nations of Alstia came together to sign a Continental Accord, a pledge of eternal unity against their common foe. This agreement set in place a system of slavery that has persisted ever since, about which readers can learn more elsewhere within these pages. On a lighter note, it also established a shared language, coinage, and calendar for the people of Alstia. You can never properly explain how Bears lost the war because there is no logic for them losing the war the way they did. Especially because we never really see people fight with crystals in 16 effectively. We see them use crystals for like daily life, but like we never see them take it into combat. I'm trying to think if there's any examples. No changes so far on the power scaling. Still going through logos. We're only a few pages into it. Only about 12. Prisoners of war were the first to have their cheeks marked with the bearer brand, indelible proof of the otherness that was now enshrined in law. For the design and abstract rendering of a blade cleaving a crystal was chosen. Oh, is that what that's supposed to be? An image relatively straightforward in its symbolism, yet elaborate enough that it could not be mistaken for any other pictographs with which certain people at the time were wont to decorate their flesh. All those who bore it were declared the property of the people. The rules of the realm assigned each to a custodian according to need, just as they did with their stipends and crystals. When a custodian passed away, their bearers will be returned to the okay, so for reassignment, parents refusing to relinquish children blessed with the gift were subjugated to harsh punishments. Although the vast majority were also eager to comply, terrified as they were of the enemy within. Yeah. Stripped without consent of all rights, attributed citizenship, made property of the crown, receiving a brand below his left eye denotes sin. If the brand exhibits either high incapacity for ethereal manipulation or commonly violent tendencies, he is to be recommended for immediate conscription, likewise sold to a crown licensed brokerage as talents might be used to benefit the empire. Is it wrong that Don't Trust 16 having universal scaling? No. It's fine to have doubts for any scaling. That's why you always gotta check your own work or check the evidence provided in detail. Despite the word brand suggesting a scalding of the flesh, the marking administered to a bear's cheek is actually made by applying it to the skin with needles dipped in an ink made from a flower known as wyvern tail. This ink is highly toxic and attempts to remove a brand often result in immediate death following impurities entering the bear's bloodstream. Okay, so I don't remember if they actually explained this in detail in the game. I know they mentioned that removing the mark is lethal, but I'm glad they actually explain why it's lethal here. Newfound hate. Contemporary sources, while perhaps not offering much in the way of first-hand accounts from the recently enslaved, proved by their absence just how quickly the new ways were accepted. While we might like to think that the sudden transformation of brothers, neighbors, and friends into prisoners, servants, and outcasts might engender sympathy or even widespread protest, it seems that most considered a small price to pay for the peace that followed the signing of the Continental Accord. In the aftermath of the deluge of blood, many were of the opinion that bearers had been let off lightly. If anything, they should be made to suffer further for their crimes. As such, the years following the signing of the accord were not easy ones for the citizens of Alstia, and much was still unsettled. Though it is in people's nature to look for someone to blame when the change they have been promised was not swift enough in the coming, and when a whole class of persons has been deemed unhuman, it's easy to see who might bear the brunt of such widespread ill feeling. While modern day purges, such as those ordered by the Empress Annabelle, were are undoubtedly atrocities of the highest order. They merely echo the various popular uprisings that have periodically resulted in the widespread murder of bearers since those times. Okay. Okay, so this is a bear talking about how yeah, about Bear talking about how he was being basically blamed for people fucking up. Yet not all Valsticians sought to suppress their magically brethren, and some even endeavored to stand against such practices. Although admittedly none of their tales ended well, still it is good to know that even in darkest times there were those who thought it was wrong to enslave one's fellow man. All Rosarians know the tale of Wat Scarlet, most celebrated of the Antiochordis, to whose efforts their nation's comparatively generous attitude towards bearers is largely credited. The landowners of the time demand that the rogue priest's feet be burned in the city square for his effrontery, or yeah, effrontery, of course, but this only rallied more supporters to his cause, and it is rumored that he was subsequently disappeared to a country jail to see out his days in a rare less public fashion. Now, of course, there is Rosetta, Scourge of the Seas. She and her crew escape bearers wore their brands as badges of honor and brought terror to settlements across along the eastern coastline of Storm until they were brought to justice by Beauregard the Bold, a notorious slave hunter general in the showdown at Leansfield. Historians still debate to this day whether Rosetta's celebrated last stand was in fact a massacre, as some accounts at the time suggest. Okay, the first dominance. Here we go. Finally getting to the dominance. Let's go. Under the Accord, the nations and the people of Ostia grew ever closer, boundaries blurring as the same laws and customs came into effect across twins. However, like every other period, relative peace before it, this one too proved short-lived. 100 years after the signing of the Continental Accord came a development that would once again turn the realm on its head, the emergence of the icons. When reports began to circulate of certain bearers being able to conjure magical forces far exceeding those of their peers, and even being capable of transforming themselves into indomitable elemental beings, the rulers of the realm were torn as to how to handle this development. Some nations opted for execution, but this proved not but a temporary reprieve. A creature of similar strength being born again before long. Others opted for imprisonment until the voices of the circle of Malleus, heralding the long-awaited advent of the prophesied heavenly servants, most wondrous and most dominant, and agitating against their oppression, grew too loud to ignore. The authorities were left with no option but to exempt these new dominants from the system of slavery, announcing them to be something other than lowly bearers, deserving of the highest honor instead. I kind of wish what they would have said is a couple of the dominants just started killing too many of them, that they were kind of forced to like recognize them. I think that would have been a little better, but that's fine. There are those who dismiss myths and legends as just that, tales nothing more, but the tales we tell can teach us about ourselves, and those collected within these papers are no exception. Take the following. The emergence of icons must have been mystifying and terrifying in equal measure, and yet needed to be explained, and explained in such a way that the delicate status quo was not disrupted, but this provided. Many centuries there emerged among the bearers of Tabor a great warrior, the man of stone they called him, and neither sling nor arrow nor sword could pierce his skin. And bolted by a giant among them, the bearers rose up and took against their masters. Much blood was spilled, and armies were sent to put down the unrest. In the last and greatest battle of that war, the man of stone pushed to his limits, allowed Aether to overcome him, and was transformed into mighty Titan. The vengeful giant rampaged across the battlefield, slaughtering friend and foe alike, but his rage was not sated, and he took to the hills, which echoed for many days with the screams of the innocents. In time, the man of stone returned to his senses, seeing the devastation he had wrought, gave himself willingly to his former masters, begging that he be tamed, for fear that such a tragedy might ever occur again. And thus was an agreement reached that stands to this day. Though mighty, the men of stone cannot be trusted with their power and must look to men of reason to guide them. I see. We got some ridiculous 616 Spidey scaling in that latest crossover. What, did Spider-Man actually fucking hurt Superman? Is that what's happening? Let's go. Give me my Spidey upscaling. Okay, so this is where they're talking about how they made Valstein the natural language.
Hold up. The only thing in that crossover I will take is the further helping to Superboy Prime for his scaling. That's all I'll accept.
Ah. Yeah, kaya may nakipagtigay ko na po naman sa tempo. Yeah. Sorry, I have to pick something up real quickly. Oh yeah, because Superboy Prime lost to Black Suit Spidey, right? Okay, so we don't have to worry about this one. This is much more lore than anything else.
Sorry, I had no, they didn't fight.
Why the fuck you lie? I haven't seen the crossovers at all.
No, they didn't fight. So literally, what happens is like, Prime reveals they like knows a lot about Parker, and then like retcon punches, and then like they look through a lot of like Marvel comic history.
Oh, that's cool. So is it just now like soft confirmed between both like companies then that Marvel and DC are canon to each other?
I wouldn't go that far. I think it's a fun crossover.
All right.
I mean,
Long.
well, technically, one of their crossovers is canon. I forget which one of the two from the past, but uh, I would still be very careful with like I wouldn't use it for cross scaling.
All right. Okay, here we go. So runes have demonstrated certain shapes which carved into an object can serve the channel and focus naturally occurring aether. Nah, Spidey Fighty Brainiac. The fuck? That sounds like a wild crossover. Runic scholars separate the ancient logograms into three distinct groups: wards of expelling, which are used to emit energy and thus commonly employed in weaponry; wards of conservation, which are used to absorb energy; and wards of harmony, which are used to combine the previous two. Okay. Dissolving the accord. Okay, so let me skim through this because if it's not if it's just like actual lore, we can skip it for now. Okay, hang on. There's some icon information here. That's right. Such no guarantee that don't awaken the same state as the old, or even if it did, no guarantee that could awaken in one loyal to the state's current rulers. Thus, the death of a dominant engender bitter struggle for dominion over the lands. Uh-huh. Oh, here we go. Yeah. In Southern Storm, 5 sultans had risen from the ashes. Pues no sé si los quieres saber todo o no. Wow, the others dispatched assassins extending hand over power. Ahorita los trato un poquito. Sí. They haven't been born yet, have they? No, 6C. No, I don't think Titan or them have been born yet. Superman fights Doc Ock. That seems like a super easy fight for Superman. Okay, here we go. Middle Modern Era. Okay, so nothing really here to talk about. ¿Estás bien entonces? Okay, here we go. Death of a Dominant. Let's go. Well, hang on. Oh, hang on. There's something about icons. The desire to expand Gregor's dominion on Earth forced the perennial principalities around Drake's tail to forge an alliance of their own. Garuda's emergence had proven more unpredictable than that of the other icons. A new dominant sometimes only awakening after a decade or more, lacking the strength to repel direct attack from any of their more powerful neighbors. They brought their freedom with Crystal, providing Sambrek, Dalmacia, and Valdermac with a guaranteed share of the Hale's bounty in exchange for peace. Okay, that makes sense. I will have to go back to this later and check and see how the icons come out, like get born as time goes on. Because Garuda didn't have a nation built around her, which would heavily imply that Garuda was spontaneous in their birth. The other icon I think that you would argue being spontaneous would it wouldn't be Odin, I guess Ramu, because Ramu didn't have a nation built around him either. And I'm hoping they explain how he becomes Ramu here, because it kind of implies in 16 that Sid wasn't born as Ramu, that he was given that power at some point. So I'm hoping that's explained here. So Prime mentions the crossover in the latest Superman issue. Doc Ock has help from Brainiac and Kryptonite-infused arms. Nice. Having lost both the Phoenix and Drake's breath in the space of a single year, Rosario staggered toward the end of the 8th century, facing an uncertain future, but New Hope was survived in the form of Alien Rosefield, who awoke as a dominant in 798 before his first name day. Immediately upon coming of age, he married and soon welcomed a son, who he named Elwyn. Elwyn, the father of Clive. And turned once May stability had been restored, yet hampered by the frequent incursions of the Northerners and the Iron Blood and the constant want of crystals. Alien struggled to strengthen the duchy's power position. Not that it mattered a great deal, for he was still dominant in his prime, and the time was on his side. And then when Marco 9, 841 Ellen died in his bed at the age of 4 and 40, plunging the duchy into uncertainty once more. Having received the news of his father's untimely passing while patrolling the northern border, Elwyn returned at once to Rosalia to face a future he had never contemplated. His coronation swiftly followed, and plans for his marriage to his cousin Annabella were brought forward. The pair exchanging vows in the spring of the following year when she turned 6 and 10. Okay, 16. All right. You know, they never mentioned that Annabella was actually related to her father. Like, it makes sense because in medieval time, cousins would be like wed to each other often. But like, I don't know. It seems kind of weird because we never learned much about Annabella's background in the story. All we know is that she married into the Rossfield line and that she had issues. So I'm actually kind of glad they expand on her backstory there. In 842, 2 years after the Civil War, Demalkia. Okay. Nothing really here. Shit, is that the go? Sheesh. For more than a decade, rumors of a lone swordsman united the scattered tribes who still somehow clung to life beyond the walls of Veldermark had been reaching the ears of the king and his court, but they had paid them little heed, for even in unity, what danger these half-starved, rag-clothed heathens posed to a kingdom whose mossy walls had stood for centuries. They were to learn soon enough when Barnabas Thame Darmir. Damir, I know they pronounce his name in the game. I just don't remember how it goes. Barnabas, seizing upon the opportunity presented by the Veldermarker's army's western exodus, cleaved the path through said mossy walls, and their starwalt guardians as easily as a child toppling a fort made of wooden blocks. His followers poured through the breach, loudly singing songs that hailed their leader as a herald from the heavens. Soon, even his enemies, seeing in him the strength of the old gods, were doing the same. The king was deposed, and a new state was established, the kingdom of Waliud, meaning the authority of Odin. Okay, okay, that's pretty cool. The newly crowned King Barnabas immediately sent word, conveyed to his trusty second, Slipney Harbor, that the armada was to return to Ash and the army to advance no further than the shores of the strait. A parley was then held between representatives of Sandbreak, Dalmec, Waldwood, and Rosaria, wherein it agreed to end hostilities to honor one another's border. The Dominion returned to stay neutral. With that, Dalmatian reformist demands were finally met, and guildmasters of Carnver, however, were unwilling to dissolve their levies and lose the independence they had so recently won. Though the fist of the Republic laid siege to the free cities in an attempt to force them back into the fold, their independent spirit, backed by generous supplies of men and material from Waloed, proved insurmountable. Seeking to reinforce the siege with troops from the west, the Dalmatian Parliament agreed to an even closer alliance with the newly crowned Archduke Elwin of Grand Duchy of Rosaria. Zim wants to play popcorn, or does California play Sparkle instead? What the fuck is popcorn or Sparkle? In exchange for a shared deal, Drake's fan and Seeker's market, which shared expertise in the art of irrigation, allowing the Pluck to better provide for her troops. Both agreed to de-garrison their shared border. Okay, pacifying the North, despite the prayers of the nation, the ducal couple's best efforts. The matter of Rosarian succession would remain unresolved, during which time rumors began circulating about Archduchess Annabella's worthiness to bear the chosen vessel of the Phoenix. Such doubts were only laid to rest when her second son Joshua awoke in 850. Uh, I do wish the game would have shown us more of the abuse Annabella suffered by like her position. Because like she explains in the game that the main reason she doesn't directly say it, but when she starts breaking down, the main thing that drove her mad was like the pressure of her position and the fact that she hadn't given birth to like a proper heir to the kingdom. I do wish the game would have expanded more on that. Again, there's a lot of potential in 16 for a really good fantasy story, but they just don't give you enough pieces, man. His popularity, his popularity buoyed by news of his son's awakening, Elwin began rallying support for an expedition in the north, worrying that his counterpart, Carl the Silvermane, had been gathering his thanes in readiness to invade. Elwin crossed the border at the head of the great host and set about hunting down his foe. Wow, it's basically a classroom reading technique to make sure all of your class is keeping up. You'll read an essay. 16 is the potential man of Final Fantasy. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Because you want to know what? You want to know what? Genji now loses to everyone in JJK because he has no more powers. Easy peasy. The Silvermane finally surrendered in 845, and Owen claimed his erstwhile foe's daughter as his ward, ensuring that her father will never threaten Rosaria again. That'd be Jill. The north is secured. Elwyn turned his eyes east, setting out with a band of battle-hardened shields to support his allies for their quest of control of Canver. Though the ducal forces turned the tide of the battle in the Republic's favor, Wayloo responded in turn. King Barnabas himself leading his royal knights to the fray. In the face of his overwhelming strength, the Dalmecs were forced to withdraw to acknowledge Canverian independence. Though they refused to share any crystal cut from Drake's fang with the new nation, Welu insisted that the free cities be permitted a seat on the Crystalline Dominion's council, and a proportional part of the yield of Drake's Tail. The nations of Storm once were much aggrieved at King Barnabas's blatant usurpation of the agreement he himself had negotiated with 15 years prior, and feared that the king might repeat his destabilizing machinations, backing rebellions across the continent to weaken his rivals. He doesn't even need to do that. If you actually keep count of the strength of the nations, the kingdom of Alud had Ramu, Garuda, and Odin at their beck and call at one point. If Barnabas really wanted to, he probably could have conquered the entire continent within the span of a few weeks, maybe months. Because Garuda is strong enough to fight the other icons, and he's already the strongest, arguably, icon, just because of being fucking, what's the term? Akashic. When Annabella married Archduke Elwyn Rossfield at the age of 16, she did so in full knowledge to expect to provide her lord husband with an heir worthy of the Phoenix, and though this duty fell to her far sooner than agreed, her uncle having perished before his time, she knew that had always been her destiny, for her veins coursed with the blood of the Phoenix, as her mother never tired of telling her. Okay, so then, is she the one who produces the Phoenix then, or was it Elwyn? Because I thought Elwyn was the one with the Phoenix blood. Or I guess they're related, so they would both have Phoenix blood. That her first child took 3 summers to arrive was the source of much discussion at court. Some whispered that she was barren before she had been married a year. Yet a boy she duly bore in Clive Rossfield, and all was forgotten. A phoenix in waiting now remained but for him to awaken. Only Clive did not awaken. Soon the whispering resumed. Her own mother's voice now joining the chorus. Dearest mother, never have I wished to gainsay you of all people, but I cannot imagine how you could think that I have forgotten you. I assure you that any delay in my past in replying to you many letters is evidence only of the myriad demands of life at court. Uh, has Bahamut been born yet? No, Bahamut won't be born. Actually, no, I think Bahamut's born a little after or before Joshua. I think Bahamut was the youngest of the icons. Yes, because either Sid or Odin was the oldest icon at the time. Either that or Titan. I'm fairly confident it was Sid, though, or Odin. One of those two. Life's, he has become the very spitting image of his father and excels in all lordly disciplines. To behold him at the Archduke's side is a sight to stir the soul. Verily, when he awakens, as you may be assured that he shall, Rosaria will have a phoenix such as she has never known, and all of Astia shall envy our noble blood, even in the highest spite of Warflame. Yet in writing this, I realize I only increase your yearning to look upon that which I. Damn. Damn, that's actually kind of wild. I wasn't expecting them to flesh out Annabella in the story. Because you get the idea that there's something more with Clive and her, but they don't flesh it out very well. So I'm glad they include letters like these because this makes it very clear she didn't hate Clive when he was born. It was literally just because of the pressure of her station. Again, could have been such a good fucking story if they had just fleshed out the characters. Uh, did Sid have the Odin icon? Odin, Titan, Sid, Garuda, Clive, Dion. Is Titan older than Sid? No, I don't. No, that doesn't seem right. I'll have to double check when they're born later, but that doesn't sound right. I mean, it could be. They're both around middle age. Yeah, no, I like this a lot. Phoenix Rising. Yeah, but I mean, it's possible they could just be like a few years apart, like 2 or 3. But like, I'm pretty sure they're like roughly the same age then. Even after learning that she was with child for a second time, Annabella maintained that Clyde's awakening was close at hand. Though whether she truly believed this, even her private journals do not reveal. It is known, however, she took great care to ensure that Clive remained unaware of the doubts people harbored about them both. Oh man, dude, some flashbacks with fucking Annabella and Clive before Joshua was born would have been probably fucking peak. It would it would honestly explain so fucking much about how Clive treats his mom and talks about her if we actually find out that she genuinely was a doting and loving mother up until Joshua being born. It would have added so much better chemistry and would have made Clive's interaction with her in the game actually feel somewhat reasonable. Yeah, so I guess before Joshua was born, Annabelle was actually being a good mother. We just never fucking see that, and Clive never really fucking talks about it. Fuck, man. Well, I mean, I'm glad they're fixing it with logos at least. Some have observed that she spent less time in the company of her first son in the months before the birth of the second, while others claim that she kept Clive closest when the infant Joshua was at his most frail. But whatever her feelings before Joshua awoke, they had changed with the dawn of the following day, when Clive was banished from his chamber and led to a new one on the opposite side of the castle. Yeah, it literally just got to a point that once Joshua was born, like Clive just meant nothing to her. Again, again, some cutscenes with like Clive trying to rekindle that fucking relationship. Because when we get to the game with Clive, Clive has given up on his mother. Like, he doesn't outright say it, but he has given up on that relationship. And we're never, like, we are kind of told from the beginning that she didn't like Clive because he didn't prime. But learning this now would have made 16 so much better. Actually insane that some of the dog shit stuff 16 kept in when you could have had such a good narrative. Technically, this is revisionist history. It's entirely possible that they took feedback from all the criticisms about the story and are like fixing it with logos. So that's entirely possible. It's just like, hmm. The declaration, blah, blah, blah. Oh, hang on. To consummate this unprecedented union of storms with powerful nations, its leaders descended upon the Christian dominion with their families to attend the now infamous Remembrance Ceremony, a month-long celebration consisting of nightly feasts, festivals, and a tourney. It was during the celebration that Archduchess Annabella is believed to have seduced Imperial Legion Holy General Sylvester Lesage, saying a most diabolical plan that within a year would see the conjoining of their two nations, creating a polity with no equal in all the twins. Wait, if her dislike of Clive is that he didn't prime, did it change when he primed to match his brother? I think when Clive primed, because she kills her, because I think she kills herself if I remember correctly. But I think when Clive ended up priming in front of her, because I think she's still alive at that point. I don't think she dies till afterwards. I think that's the thing that broke her. Because that means that everything she had done was pointless because Clive is an icon. And so is Joshua. Had Clive just primed sooner, none of the events of the game would have turned out the way they did. But then, Ultima would have just ultimately won. So, probably for the best. She ended up being a crazy bitch. Um, all right. We'll lose a full quarter of total landmass to the Blight. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, Night of Flames, this stream was not to be realized on the night before. Wait, we need 2 or 3 pre-deals for 16. Sparta, Barnabas, and Sid and Garuda. Or even just an actual book, like with the characters in it, the way 15 got a book for their DLCs, just something, man. Ah, how rude. He left without saying goodbye. That's fair, though. There wasn't much to talk about at the moment. We'll see if he stops by again later. I should not realize on night before the ducal army was paid respects to an ancestor of the ancient keep known as the Phoenix Gate. The location of okay, so this is when the Archduke rebelled to proceed to slaughter the Duchy soldiers and sleep and assassinate the Archduke. Mm, poor child's unchecked flames engulfed men on both sides and plunged the keep into chaos before it could be completely destroyed. A second icon of fire, a horned beast, heretofore unseen, took to the field against the Phoenix. The ensuing battle plunged both creatures into the cavernous steps of the apodry deep beneath Phoenix Gate, where despite a valiant effort by the young prince, the horned creature tragically cut his life short, or so it appeared. Wait, so you're saying the entire world was saved because of Clive's mother was an evil cunt? No, because no one knew who Ifrit was beforehand, and but I don't think she cares because she's so far gone with seeing Joshua and having her son killed. When she finds out Clive was an icon, it would have broken her because that means her betrayal was for nothing. No, it literally like again could have. The whole game's motions were set up because of Clive's mom ultimately being a crazy bitch. I saw a new Legacy of Kain game dropped. Oh, did it? Nice. The unprised unconscious Josh was quickly discovered in the rubble incurred by the Undying. A mysterious act of Archducal loyalists wanders with the Phoenix and whisked away to a secret location where he lied and slumbered for the next 5 years. As for Clive, he was discovered by his mother the next morning amongst the smoldering ruins of Phoenix Gate. He arrived and saved her son. She instead ordered that he be conscripted into the Cybergris Imperial Legion, where he would be branded and consigned to the front lines, presumably die quick and ignoble death. Death, however, would not come. Driven by revenge, he would spend the next 13 years doing all he could to survive, refusing to die until he saw those responsible for his father's and brother's debts pay, the Empire, his mother, and the Horned Beast Ifrit. See, it says his mother, but we know that's not true because Clive didn't care for revenge against his mother because he does nothing when he sees her. A blackened keep filled with bodies charred beyond recognition amidst vague rumors from the local police to go on. Official investigations and the Nine Flames proved conclusive. Eventually, the tragedy was officially attributed to the new icon that was said to have appeared, and no mention was made of the Empire's involvement. Which, with the Archduke and both his heirs lost, control of the duchy passed to Archduchess Annabella, who quickly summoned its counselors, offering them a choice that would send shockwaves to the realm. She argued that with no army and no dominant, Rosaria found itself in a highly vulnerable state. Uh, it would be unable to defend itself and would likely fall its people if being forced to be subjugation result. She further insisted that alliance with those made in the past with neighboring nations was no longer an option, for without military power, Rosaria lacked the leverage necessary to see one formed on equal footing. Therefore, she concluded in order to maintain the Rosaria way of life and ensure the duchy continued prosperity and sacrifice would have to be made. Protection could be had, but only at a price. The Archduchess put to the Chancellor proposal. One, she somewhat controversially revealed she had personally brokered with the Holy Empire of Break that, if ratified, would grant the duchy the protection of both the Imperial Legion and the Icon Bahamut, in addition to a most generous stipend of crystals. In exchange, Rosaria would need to relinquish their land, would lead to relinquish neither land nor tradition. Titles would be maintained, the ability preserved. The only requirement would be that it forego centuries of independence and submit to the rule of the Holy Empire. Okay. And while Chancery bickered, the Iron Blood attacked. Okay, so then the Dragoons arrived. All right. The game has mostly negative reviews, apparently. There's a letter later about how Clive feels about being enlisted while watching his mother being the queen. I think it's this one. The end, however, the only time the soldiers actually fought together was when Hugo Kupka launched his ill-fated first invasion of Rosalith. During the Battle of Twin Realms, as this period's history is known, the First of the Republic were able to push the Iron Blood back to the Boiling Sea, where elsewhere the Royal Knights not only succeeded in driving the Imperials from Ash, but launched an invasion of their own, claiming the eastern reaches and break for Wailude. Yet both defeated forces were to fight back. The Empire called on its own Theon lineage to once more expel the royalists from Storm. While in 1873, the Arab launched a crusade, this time aimed at Rundilio. It was during this latter campaign that the Fist confronted the Crusaders in Denisio Defile, and the Empire dispatched assassins to murder the Iron Blood's dominant, and Clive and Jill had their fateful reunion. Clive's journey to that reunion was not an easy one. After being pressed into the Imperial Legion following his capture of Phoenix Gate, he was immediately given the Bear's brand and assigned to the 16th Infantry, an all-bear company infamous for its high mortality rate and low morale. Here, he should by rights have perished alongside thousands of other slaves who made up the company's ill-fated ranks, the bulk of whom quickly fell victim to either enemy fire or Crystal's curses. However, rage and desire for revenge saw him safely through even the blaze of encounters. It was not long before his exploits caught the eye of one Tiamat, sergeant of an elite group of assassins, who took the young prince under his wing. For the next decade, Clive honed his skills with this group, biding his time until he might finally learn the truth of that fateful night. The Bastards were a unit of the elite Imperial Army uh, assassins whose members, including its leader, were all bearers. Unlike their counterparts in the infantry, they were afforded a modicum of autonomy due to their unique skill set and value to a legion. According to the Clive, members would jokingly claim that they were so called because they were the sons of well-to-do nobles who, while still feeling duty-bound to report their abhorrent offspring to the constables, believed that they were entitled to better treatment than the base-born bastards and greased the appropriate palms to see it done. They would still, of course, be forced into service, given dangerous missions that more often resulted in unpleasant and violent deaths, but their elevated position in the ranks meant that they were at least able to avoid frontline duty and the force magic's use that this would entail. Interestingly enough, in the case of both Clive and more likely than not the bastard leader Tiamat, this claim actually held a modicum of truth. Okay. After the Battle of Farron Hill, I was left without a unit, the only survivor, so it seemed. I awoke among a pile of Imperial corpses to find a man in the process of looting my body. The mud was so thick that at first I could not tell if he was friend or foe. We flailed at one another desperately before I knocked him to the ground with a bolt of fire from my hand. I would soon have been overwhelmed by the rest of his squad were it not for their leader. Instead, I woke several days later in their care. They call themselves the Bastards. Leader Tiamat. The man who spared my life offered me a choice in ranks or die a traitor. It has been several months since I accepted his offer, since I adopted the name Wyvern. I have been asked to do unspeakable things in the name of a cause I do not believe. Yeah, I do them anyway. I survived, so one day I'll find the one who killed my brother. Tiamat. Okay. Tiamat, a bear in the service of Holy Empire Sandbreak, was the leader of the Bastards. Though none knew his true name, rumor had it that he had been born a scion of a noble Sambrekius family and abandoned to his fate after his powers awakened. Some even whispered that the noble in question was the Emperor himself, who in his youth was known for his frequent midnight visits to Orphalame's pleasure houses. I don't think this is talked about in the game. Zam, have you heard of the Leather Pants song from Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged? I have not. The past 4 years have taught me to be ruthless. Fighting hard is far less useful than fighting smart, and by that measure, Team is the smartest man I've ever met. I've seen him cut down brutes 3 times his size with little more than good timing. A well-concealed dagger. Orders come through him and only him. We are not permitted to know or indeed ask who he himself is. So he keeps secrets close. I know nothing of his past, which suits me fine. He need know nothing of mine in return. No, it's never been talked about. Again, there's a story in here. Like, there's actual good lore in here. I'm glad we're finally getting this fleshed out. Bast once said he had heard rumors of a blonde-haired imperial bastard somewhere in the ranks, Sylvester's very own illegitimate son. He was adamant it was Tiamat, an unwanted bearer, born of an affair between the Holy Emperor and his favorite courtesan. I don't see resemblance personally, although, is that why he kept me alive? Did he know who I was? Did he even pity me, perhaps? Another unloved son, erased from history? I don't suppose it matters either way. Our next mission awaits. Clive recalled that Avius, a man he had his crimes believed to be of Northern Dalmalki descent, was often assigned scouting duties by both Clive and BS being okay, that's someone else. Clive's being bear trackers. Though he never learned the reason for this, he assumed it was because Tiamat feared Avius and his disturbing fondness for seemingly random acts of violence and used scouting as an excuse to keep him as far away from you as possible. It looks like they're actually fucking like fleshing out his crew that you only like meet for like a few minutes. A very skilled fighter, but his savagery scares me. Tiamat tolerates his cruelty and bias, pays it no heed, but I cannot look past it. Our duty requires us to kill without feeling, but Vase takes pleasure in it. I can see it in his eyes. He's the kind to keep a person alive longer in order to prolong their suffering. I've seen the corpses of those he has killed, and they do not die well. Bias told me that Alvarez once joked about having killed his entire family in cold blood. I don't doubt that he would murder every one of us too, if he thought he could get away with it. Dude, you do not get that impression from that guy. Um, Whoever died today, we were on a mission to extract a minor Sambrek noble from a Dalmakian prison camp. And as we were climbing outside a roof, he just fell. There was no fanfare. He slipped, and that was that. I grew up believing at the end of someone's life had to be meaningful in some way, special. Gore's death was anything but. There was no time to mourn. We had a mission to think of. He wasn't the first, of course, just the latest. Bastards come, bastards go. He'll be replaced soon enough. We call one another brother, but we're nothing in the end. Interchangeable. When we arrived at what was left of the prison camp, it was clear we were too late. We were greeted by our nobleman's severed head impaled on a pike. Tiamat didn't hesitate to bag it up and throw it over his shoulder. We had to come back with something, after all, and at least his family would have something to bring. No such luck for Guarv. His body is for the birds now. Yep. Yeah, most bears end up fighting. However, manipulation made there in this manner can prove far more taxing um, than the occasional lighting of a lamp or filling of a mug, and very few are trained to do so well or in the same manner, let alone combat. As such, it is estimated that half of all Baron do not survive the first battle, while 9 out of 10 do not survive their second, and while a good many will fall to their opponent's assault, it is exhaustion that claims them. Overexertion hastens the nullification that accompanies dreaded Crystal's Curse. Here we go, Crystal's Curse. Let's go. I think that's Sid. I think that's Sid's arm. I think we get some details here. Let's go. While the power bearer might seem incredible, some price must be paid for its use, and that price is a harsh one, the bearer's very life itself. This is the crystal's curse. Aether is the building block of all life, all creation. Bearers and dominants are able to cast magics by manipulating the aether occurring naturally within them. Therefore, some have theorized that drawing upon this power will lessen its presence in the source, thereby removing life and engendering the curse. Yeah, exactly as what we already assumed. The consequence of this removal may manifest in extreme hardening of flesh beginning on the victim's extremities and causing immobility and eventual necrosis of the affected limbs. This process is irreversible, and once spreads to the organs will cause death. The pain of vilification is so great that it's considered a mercy to terminate the life of the patient rather than prolong their suffering and inevitable end. Yet despite more than 1,000 years having passed since bears came into existence, effective treatments for this affliction are far and few between. Even the findings of our resident healer, Tarja, who has spent nearly the entirety of her career seeking a solution, are limited to techniques to help ease the symptoms rather than the actual cure. The passage on the following page taken from an older text which updates and Pandia from Tarja herself. All right, so hang on. Okay, so she was also affected by the crystal's curse then. We're going to put this aside. Hang on. Making a new text chat real quickly. Cool. Guess disease, flesh, icon, curse. Concentration comes off of most of corrupt humors at the exposure to. I'll read this later. Wait, Benedicta was afflicted with the curse? Yes, apparently bleeding from the eyes is the curse. So Benedicta and Sid both had the curse. As Rouse not accepted, considered bearers provided very little in the way of armor. The random mismatched belts and arm guards that are issued are providing scant protection for even most glancing blows, but even these are not allowed to go to waste, and those fortunate and few who manage to survive an engagement are all ordered to return to the battlefield and strip dead of their gear. Who knows how many soldiers wore these vambraces before me, wielded this blade, perished in the mail. When I joined, I was sized up by my commanding officer on the throne, what looked like it would fit. I remember the blisters, everything hurt. Those swords are gone now. Only calluses remain. As my body grew broader, it was up to me to find new gear. We were encouraged to plunder the armor of fallen soldiers while I let it go to waste. I've seen soldiers celebrating the slaughter of their own friends in anticipation of a nicer pair of boots, and I sometimes see them looking at me, wondering what they might be able to tear from my lifeless body. It's only a matter of time. That would have been nice to know. It would have been. So that would imply that Benedict that has to mean that fucking is it ever confirmed if Benedicta slept with Titan or not? Because if she has the curse, there's no way Titan would not have like changed his plan because they were going to rule together with their icon form, so to speak. If she already had the curse, there's no way he wouldn't have known about it. All right. The Battle of Nissa. Following nearly a decade of silence, the Iron Kingdom's unholy crusade began anew. This time its forces marched on the arid wastes of Dalmaca, where the high priests, Imri at their head, their target the capital Randall, and despite having denounced the use of crystals and bears on the battlefield, where the Iron Blood had not an icon in tow, no less than Shiva herself, having captured her dominant in a raid, rather than slaughtering the abomination, as generally the order to exploit, they instead set her to serve for the cause. Okay. Okay, so she's killed thousands. She, looking to bring a swift end to their conflict with the Iron Kingdom, the Maquis convened a council with their Wayluder allies at Fort Ziranar. However, the Wayluders, unwilling to concede to the Dalmaki's request, leave their public no choice but to field its dominant Hugo Kupka. In doing so, Parliament further indebted itself to this already powerful player in national politics. Okay, so we're getting to the start of the game now. This is where we get the conversation between them. Uh, oh, interesting one. Hmm? Look, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Now, if it's Archsonic, um, hold on. Jeremy, where the fuck do you scale Clive and Sonic that even if Sonic's not fucking multiversal or universal, where the fuck do you scale Sonic to that you think Sonic loses to Clive? What the fuck? It's still a stat stomp. What the fuck? That's Crusaders knackered themselves with uncontrolled assaults, impelled them with capital fire a while. Things shifted fast. You would not give Clive planetary because at the current moment, the only way they got planetary was with their ultimate attack, and that was just not happening. Program Malco's now shitting their fucking knickers until Titan took the field anyway. That big rocky bastard started eating the Iron Blood for breakfast. And what they do in response brought their own icon, of course. Shiva up close was one of the most beautiful and terrifying things I think I've ever seen. Goosebumps. Mm. No, because Bahamut doesn't have planetary scaling, but I'll talk about that later. Okay, let's go here. That's insane, Jeremy. The Sonic downplay is real. Insane. Bro, if you scale Supersonic to multi-continental, that still scales higher than Clive. Hang on. Uh Jill, she was a dominant I was sent to kill. The beast, the slaughter of thousands, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I turned my blade on Tiamat, killed the man who saved my life. His final words were stuck in my head. He called me traitor. He had to murder Jill. It would have been to betray the legacy of my father and my brother. I had no choice. Or is that just a story I tell myself, an excuse to absolve myself for another senseless murder? So here's the thing. 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 Ultimate destruction of the crystal would have to be a point, like, that have to be our basis for the power of crystal grant somebody. And it only caused a giant crater. That's more than likely what Bahamut's attack would have been equal to, given that Ultima is not only stronger than Bahamut, but Ultima blew up a crystal along with it. Bahamut was just using the powers inside the crystal, so it would have to be comparable. Now, of course, AP versus DC is different, but unless we get statements otherwise, that'd be where we go with. And anybody say, well, that Batarja said I should write to you. I'm meaning about the long days stuck in the hideaway. See, I feel like a cage crawl. Mm. Say Clive states it destroyed the world. Is that in Logos or is that in the game? Like, am I gonna find that here or what? Clive then going on to defeat Benedicta, Harmon single combat, unexpectedly absorbing the Aether Icon in the process. Now powerless, Benedicta fled, only set upon by foot pods. On the road, finally losing with a little grim minute of sanity for no. Devil, Josh. Okay, well, Devil, send me the scan. Send me the scan. Because I know Joshua says he'd burn the world. I know Joshua says something, but it's not destroy the world. Unless this is a boss statement in the boss fight that I missed. Yeah, and it's not even Clive saying this, Joshua. Just trying to let you know everything went to plan. The captured bears. Yeah, no, it just says he would burn the world, not destroy it. And again, we have a point of reference to base it on now. From within the woods, Clive heard a voice calling out to him and addressed him as Mythos. Against his wishes, he followed into Goril's vortex where, after a one-sided encounter with now fully primed Benedicta, the voice compelled Clive to prime into the very object of his hatred. Consume primal rage, Ifrit toward the icon of wind limb from limb, and it was only with the bolt from the mighty wrong wound that Clive was brought back to his senses. Sid carried his progeny and caught his body back to the hideaway and clapped him in irons that he might be prevented from doing himself or others any further harm. The mighty Ramu potential upscale. Upon awakening and realizing that it was he who had killed his brother, Clive longed only for oblivion, yet such just another option to go with him to King's Fall that they might learn what his scout Gavin discovered in the other men they believed to be a dominant of the fire. However, his rendezvous with the scout at King's Fall was foretold in the presence of the Imperial troopers. They fell to Clive to save the scout from certain death, after which they learned that the dominant and his attendant made for the former duchy of Rosario at the Phoenix Gate. So is the Unimeta dead? Cypher, we haven't got there yet. But we're not even on Unimeta, at least on this channel. And I was the cause of it all. My mother should have slit my throat while she had the chance. This thing that lurks inside me, I can't control it. I fought Garuda and won, yet had no control. What if it happens again? may emotionally die at the hands of that beast. I cannot take that risk. What other solution is there but to end it all? Yet Sid wants me alive. He's made that clear enough. My wrists still ache from the shackles. Never mind him. What will I tell Jill? All right, take care, mate. Mm, all right. That the freedom they sought would necessitate their destruction. Commit the path upon them, cloud Jill, and for holy coming. Having betrayed the mother crystals and sanctum via the glass mines and mirrors of Oriflame, the trio succeeded in destroying the heart of the Drake's head, but at the cost of his life, and very nearly Clive's own. After the party was set upon by a bizarre otherworldly being, but just when it seemed all was lost, Clive and Jill were saved at the last moment by a mysterious interloper, all they resembling Clive's own brother. Unfortunately, Clive was able to. Alright, here we go. Stricken by loss of a dear friend, yet tantalized by the hope that Clive's brother may yet live, he and Jill emerge from the mines, only to find any other hopes they might have harbored have been shattered. His legacy, the hideaway, lay in ruins. Titan's fury, distraught. During that battle, brought it downhill. What do you mean by that? Distraught at the loss of Leia Benedicta, Hugo Kuko was hell-bent to find the man whom he believed had not only murdered his beloved, but had insult intention of sending him her head in a box. Had he been his usual self, he might have seen that Sid was hardly a type to resort to such crude measures, but in the fog of grief, he saw only a target for the revenge he so desperately craved. Men were dispatched to every corner of the realm with the promise of riches beyond imagining for whoever hunted the rat down to his hole, and when it was found, he unleashed Titan's full unbridled fury. Many died that night, and much was lost forever, all in the name of misguided vengeance. It shouldn't have been possible in the Deadlands, but Kuka primed somehow, and Titan took care of the rest, but not before he sent his men to murder people. Okay, cool. So this one actually, okay, so this actually references not being able to prime in the Deadlands. Because there's an argument that people can prime in Deadlands. I think Devil brought that up, so let's go. Quite how this shard of crystal did not shatter after doing a dagger thrust not one but two. Sid and the outlaws remain a mystery to this day. However, its potency as a symbol of the bond forged between them as a gesture. So Says legacy, rest in place has come to be known, lies on the spot where the first highway once stood. Though he himself did not die there, it was thought the most fitting place to bury him, that he might sleep alongside those whose freedom he fought so hard. It was becoming something of a tradition among the select few with whom he found this haven for freed bearers to make the pilgrimage there once in a while in order to pay their respects. A tradition that his daughter, young Medolia, will do almost anything to avoid. Those we lost. Okay, well that is a feat for the material. Wank, I'm gonna be honest, that battle research team did horrible at their scaling, never did proper research. Yeah. Trust me, they are non copium and think they're 100% right. Uh-huh. I am Sid now, said the outlaw. He spoke of how Ramu haunted his bones as if he were an unwilling piece in the game that he did not wish to play. It is hard not to resent him for doing the same to me, for haunting me with the mental Sid. Sometimes all I want to do is run away. Then I remember who Sid can be, who I want him to be. Sid is not a person, he never was, he's a symbol. The search on highway would prove a short one, have scouted storm. Alright. Yeah, it's just wrong. Whew. Alright. There was some hope that in the eyes of the realm, most particularly those of Hugo Kupka, would eventually turn from Sid, but sadly, as not to be. In the years following the Hideaway's destruction, the dominant Everett's obsession with his perceived nemesis only grew. Alright. Uh, I'm trying to. I'm trying to see when we start getting some proper lore, because this is all just history. Right? Yep. Before Conjo cleansed the Micros, the first had to secure the passage to their kingdom majority to support to petition Clyde about the uncle Byron for the use of one of the instruments. So Byron was inclined to doubt Clyde's identity at first. Once it had been proven, they showed himself to be more than willing ally arrangements for transportation. It was also important told that Clyde was reunited with their child's pastor Wade, presumed parish at the Phoenix Gate. Right, I remember. Their sake is not the self-some Syphilis who once served as Lord Commander of the Royal Wayland Army, but in fact one Claude Rossfield. Okay. Clash of Titans with Drake Bet's gone, the Iron Blood in disarray, Sandberg ordered the withdrawal, the bulk was to the east. Would there might better serve in relieving the harried Imperial Highlands? Hugo Kupka took the opportunity to exact revenge on his beloved Benedictus killer. Having come to a secret agreement with Empress Annabella, he marched his men on Rosalith to set one final trap, in spite of knowing full well that this incursion was designed solely to lure him into the open. As might have been expected, Kupka and his private guard, the men of Rock, easily captured Rosalith. Uh, the Invaders were no match for Clive and his allies, all save Kupka himself, who was spirited away by a mysterious interloper. Clive returned to the hideaway and tasked his allies with locating Kupka, quickly reducing that Wayluda royalist who transported the wounded dominant overland across the Elko Desert to his home in the heart of Drake's Fang. Clive and his uncle Byron resolved to give chase, and upon arriving at Castle Dazbog, a pitched battle with Dad Convert ensued, one that ended Kupka's ultimate demise. Hang on. What does that mean? All right. Oh, so they think this is due to false state. Omega is the same as every Okay. Rise of the Worm. So like about that when Microsoft Michael's punch the turmoil, so forced to petition the Holy Empire for armistice. Uh-huh. Base strength alone was no match for that. The Dreadworm. Bruh. I don't know how to take this one personally, because again, it's more than likely just like a skilled issue situation. Clive and Jill discovered the Empress Annabella and Oliver cowering the wreckage twin sides, but their brave reunion was cut short when Clive was forced to take disguise as different in order to help his brother. There, the two icons of fire united to become Ifrit Risen. This new entity was at last able to not only best Bahamut, but to shatter Drake's tail and destroy its heart. The work done, the brothers returned to the concierge to find an unconscious Dion, who, upon waking, proceeded to slay the unfortunate young Oliver. Joshua and Clive made one final attempt to reconcile with their distraught mother, but Annabelle, driven finally from her senses by the death of one beloved son, the rebirth of another, in the space of but a few short moments, took her own life forward to disbelieving eyes of the son she had betrayed. Okay. Mm. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right, it's nothing too crazy here. Wait, what happened to the Titan fight? They don't talk about it in any detail, so I'm assuming we're going to get a separate section talking about the fights.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Ah, welcome back.
Where are you at?
I'm currently on page 49 because we finally just got to Origin. Because we've been getting to like the fights, but they just skip them. They just skip over the fights. You have a nice break over there in his Nether realm. Okay, so that's the interdimensional rift. I'll look up what Nether realm means later. I don't know if that's just a nothing term. I do wish this would have come out a little sooner. It definitely helps out the lore. Okay, here we go. Origin. Let's go. Just like narrative and character stuff has been elaborated on. All right, Origin. Let's go. Oh, is Origin supposed to be a mother crystal? Okay, that's cool. As for the events that followed, we can only speculate. Okay, so yeah, so then we don't get much on the Origin boss fight, at least here. Oh, Jesus, Ultima's hideous. I mean, it's a good sketch, but it's hideous. Is difficult though that his affairs have been guided by an unseen hand since before his grandfathers were born, but he was there, he was always there, Ultima, and it was the Undying who saw it first. His motive, as we would learn in time, was to see mankind erased from existence, and so the vessel by means of which he would do so, Clive Ultima would see the world we love laid to waste for the so-called sin of self-determination by one whom we hold dear, no less. Why sow such careful seeds over the course of millennia, simply to watch all of creation burn? Does mythos serve some other purpose or some rationale? To Ultima, all humanity has ever produced, every poem, every painting, every great building, every great love, every great philosophy is all simply unintended noise. Jump scare warning, please. I see retro. Thank you. Uh, okay, so we'll put this over here for now. I really hope they talk about Ty in Lost because they do not mention him at all. Mythos also, is he a vessel in a literal sense? Must he simply store these powers until they can be utilized by another? Must he channel them, make use of them, release them? Such a burst will find time comes. Whatever ultimate potential the planet cloud is released from this burden ere long. Oh, so all creation F-16 is the planet Lamau? Uh, how do I say this? There's a philosophical term for it, but basically, are you familiar with the idea of the shadows in the cave or no? So basically, the way it works is your world and what you consider like reality is based on your perspective and understanding in your situation. Yep. Mm,
Ya, para decir, ya desde allá van a marcar el agua y ya lo van a controlar todos los hijos de la chingada y nos van a chingar por gol. ¿Qué es para eso?
okay.
¿Eso fue para
So, in light of the revelation, the ultimate had been exercising his influence over mankind since before recorded history. Several passages in the Iconomancy and mythical recount of tales of the first icons. Previously thought to be allegorical in nature, may be viewed in a different light. One such passage is the parable of the potter. All right. Well, this isn't too relevant. Here we go. Typhoon the Wicked. Okay, so I don't think Typhoon's called the Wicked in the game, but I could be wrong about that one. The Hooded Man also first appeared to Clive in the Night of Flames as a mysterious hooded figure. It was disfigured to haunt him for the next 13 years. Joshua once posited that Ultima may have chosen a particular disguise for similarity to that which he himself wore while traveling the realm under the name of Margrace, possibly an endeavor to reunite the brothers. That makes sense. Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the Horror Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a terror in reality wearing the skin of Typhoon, a withered, wizened Colossus, drew Clive in space between worlds, wearing the ethereal and the Fuck me, dude. Do we not get more Typhoon information? Dude. Okay, I'm just gonna assume at this point it's just like an icon form, because fuck me, that's ridiculous. This is literally straight from the fucking game. Okay. Years ago, I did battle in the heart of Sandbrick, or I think I did. The creature I fought seemed to exist outside of space and time. Yeah, it pulled me through a doorway into a place I cannot describe without sounding like a madman. That was when I found him again, Ifrit, but I had no real control at first. It hurt beyond imagining. I felt my flesh burn. Stronger, faster, more agile than ever before, and I was learning, but I learned too little, too late. By the time I regained my senses, all right, we're gonna save that scam for later. Ultimately, consider this is either the god's true form or the form that he is most comfortable. First, the one most often depicted in religious texts. Infernal icon, a form long since described by Ultima that brings to mind Ifrit. The icon manifested by Clive is seemingly incomplete, lacking as it does the wings of the being created by Clive and Joshua come out the powers of Ifrit and the Phoenix. While Dion's personal adaptive reaction, no, it's just him learning from Ultima. But to be fair, you could argue that for a feat. While Dion's personal accounts of final reactions to Oliver strongly suggest that his half brother was no longer of his own mind, it is unclear whether Ultima actually took possession of Oliver's body in his vessel or if the deity was simply conditioned the boy for Shadow Service mouthpiece. Okay, the interdimensional rift, and I think Cyber sent me this one earlier. So there's no real new information here outside of Joshua's claim. It was like a nightmare. Everything shattered, broken, dead, no sun, no moon, nothing but darkness. When Ultima wanted us to see something, he made the rocks dark as coal come together. These he painted in light. Where he wanted us to go somewhere, he made the ruins and the pathways and the stairs. There was nowhere to go where he led us, nothing to see but what he wanted us to see. We stood among the columns of ancient places, long since destroyed, and he showed us Valstia, spoke of its origin. He spoke of the land of Aether, of humanity. He described himself as if he were a god, as if he were our creator, yet he blamed us for not doing as he pleased, the hypocrite. To him, we were tools to be discarded when we had served our purpose, yet he created us in order to do something he could not do. He gave us power, and we will turn that power against him. I was kind of hoping for actual lore, but that's fine. Necron. So it's very clear to me that Necron's supposed to be Diabolus, but I mean, they don't really call it Diabolus, so it's fine. This is the first Ultima's scene with wings, further reinforcing the notion that the Phoenix and Nympher originally intended to be a single being. Yet another of Ultima's discarded avatars, the said ratio of the self-proclaimed deity awaited Clive, Joshua, and Dion upon the arrival in the skies above Origin. Though structurally similar to the Infernal icon, centuries within the Dark Crystal serve the dramatically slow deterioration, preserving both form and function. So, given that it's called Ultima Prime, I wonder if you can make an argument that it would be a full power Ultima like that you're fighting. Because we know in the final battle that it's supposed to have more wings. So I wonder how like much weaker Ultima Prime is to Ultima Risen, I think is the title. Like a Nightmare, how ironic. Ultimalius, I was told we do gain some information about Ultimalius in Logos. Ah, he showed up and dipped again. The Artstone. So we've already looked at this before. I've already talked about this in depth. Here we go. The Thrall, soulless talented logic composed by Aether, whose only motivation secret was never stand immediately tasked with defending the realm's shores from the outside forces that might seek to interfere with his endeavors. He now employs them solely to test the strength and durability of his vessel Mythos. Though human-like forms in the conception, they're commonly mistaken for spirits of the dead, and thus traditionally been called revenants. Echoes. Strange clockwork constructs are often encountered in the around fallen ruins. The questions of whether they are truly alive or is open to debate. Do not appear to require water, nor do they feed on flesh the victims as beasts do. All echoes are encased in protected plate that is made from the same materials as the ruins, thus cannot be destroyed. Yeah, Clive can't actually destroy these things, which is always kind of just a crazy thing. Yeah. So these have been created by Ultima, just more machinery. His silent spires can be found throughout Valstia. Many cities have been built around them, taking advantage of soft glow, provide light after dusk, and serve as beacons to travelers. Clive has been observed interacting with monoliths in a manner similar to the way he does with the art stones. The monoliths? No. We'll come back for the scan later. But basically, it's just as in a dream, he will not sustain physical damage, and he doesn't actually go anywhere. Oh, I got this. The dominants go. And idealists might profess that all men are created equal. Now, for more than millennia, select few of our kind have been born with the uncanny knack to wield magic tech without the aid of crystals. Bend the world's rules just therefore as one might take breath. Though this might seem like a gift, circumstances conspire to render it a burden. Among these few are born beings so attuned with the aether that flows in and around us that they might not only wield it, but also become corporal manifestations. All right. It's actually not terrible for a statement. But how can such transcendent individuals even exist? Transcendent? Whence did their powers come, and what purpose are they meant to serve? If the words of a mad god to be believed, man was created by that mad god himself, the ancient entity known as Ultima, requiring as he did a new vessel for his immortal soul. Ultima sought to create one. The resulting flesh, however, was weak, could not contain the entirety of his might. Thus he did bid his creation multiply, that their propagation, its weakness might be lessened and its structure amplified. Finally, me and potatoes. Eventually evolved his vessel, his mythos. What ultimately and unforeseen was simultaneous evolution of mind and will. While the gods slumbered and waiting, man learned to walk his own path, slowly abandoning the fate lab before him. He would turn his eyes inward and there find his true purpose, true self. If he was no longer mythos, he was logos. It's the boy, the goat. Okay. The name icon is believed to be a derivative from the word icon last. Hang on. What page are we on? Fuck. 59. Okay. A volunteer means destroyer of the divine, massive constructs, flesh and steel iconless were the ancient people's answers to the gods, employed not only in their so-called Magitech wars, but also in the short-lived attempt to topple Ultima and his brethren from their thrones. In the years following the demise of the fallen, memories of the iconless would eventually fade, leaving only the legends of fantastical beasts who once ruled the skies. Okay. Priming. Unlike bearers who can outwardly project the aether contained in their bodies, dominants can use the aether to manipulate and alter their own corporal forms. It is presumed that this is because, unlike bearers, they have the ability to draw not only upon their own aether, but also the ambient aether that occurs naturally around us. When conducted in a controlled manner, this channeling can enable a dominant to exceed the limits of their normal strength. This is known as semi-priming. An experienced dominant can take this one step further, channeling a surfeit of aether. What is a surfeit? An excess amount of something. Okay. We call this priming. Much more massive and powerful. An icon's form is determined by the element of its dominant and can be maintained indefinitely. However, prolonged priming can severely accelerate the crystal's curse. Identification of the flesh that will eventually result in subject's death. Therefore, dominants will only usually prime when absolutely necessary, and will unprime once the duties are fulfilled or suffer the consequences. Shortly following the Bearers' uprising of the decades preceding the signs of the Chords, it was discovered that exposing a crystal to dark aspected magics for extended periods of time could reverse its channeling abilities, effectively making it an anti-crystal and nullifying attempts of ethereal manipulation. Okay, that's actually kind of fucking cool. What do you mean, death of the author? Okay, so we're actually fucking explained how crystal feathers actually fucking work. Its state of priming is done, held indefinitely. An icon's form is determined by the element of its dominant and can be maintained indefinitely. Oh, no, no, no. Actually, no. That wouldn't be death of the author. Thank you, Devil. I didn't even realize that. That would be Clive upscaling. However, no, because it says a prolonged priming can severely accelerate the crystal's curse. So, in theory, in theory, if you were not subject to the crystal's curse, you could stay primed indefinitely. So this means Ultima can stay in his prime form indefinitely. But because of the crystal's curse, we've seen characters like Titan burn up as a result. Interesting though. So it's not inconsistent. It's just that this means that if they were the other possibility, Clive knocked him out of that form though. No, when Titan, hang on. Hang on. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Ultima Prime, not Titan Prime.
Oh.
Titan with the Bear's Curse. Ultima Prime doesn't.
Well, that's why I'm saying. So what you would argue here is that characters who are not subject to the Bear's Curse could just stay primed indefinitely. The same way technically Dante can stay in Devil Trigger indefinitely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Dante's is more of a, it's a better feat because Clive is shown to get tired and fatigued from Ifrit while fighting.
Yeah, there are tons of statements about that for sure. But this would just mean that the form itself is not limited to, like, a lot of draw, I guess. Just their body
And
is.
that accelerated development argument, there's no argument for that. That just states that priming is stronger for the dominance than base form, which we already knew about because Clive even states he gets stronger and faster while in it. That's what that statement is for, not development.
Yeah, he gets stronger. It's just that it wouldn't be by all that much based on the feats in the game.
No, right, he still gets, and then people taking him outside of space and time or his consciousness, and he's still getting speed blitzed by these people too, at multiple showcases. As instantaneous movement is too fast for Clive to react to on multiple occasions.
Yes.
Typhoon showcases it. Ramu showcases it. Ultima showcases it. Ultima Prime showcases it, etc.
Well, so this raises a question then of like, how long can these people stay prime before they burn themselves out? Because they all have different like levels to it.
Well, Clive, from what we see and what we know, he doesn't have a limit on his priming for like the burning out or whatnot. It's only after he casts that spell that he burns out from the Bear's Curse. Yes, Ramu does have instantaneous movement. He showcases it during the Benedicta and Clive aftermath. Ramu teleports up above Clive and shoots him with 1 to 3 bolts of electricity, and it's enough to basically force Clive out of Ifrit, which also goes against the statement of indefinite. And that's what people are going to use to wank that, but the game goes against it ad infinitum.
Yeah, so we'll see. But that is a good statement for Clive, at least. Wouldn't that be teleportation? I believe it's teleportation. But hang on.
Teleportation, yes. And Clive still can't react to it. So anything infinite speed and higher, he would not be able to react to. Which we already know that.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Dante, Hell Vanguard, DMC3, pre-Devil Trigger. Yeah, the Ultimate does state that he's less prone to the curse, which we also see that in game. However, I do not like that statement being indefinite for the form because it's not indefinite. It literally contradicts itself within the last paragraph.
It says curse.
Yeah, but
they can be indefinite.
Yeah, Clive and Ifrit is less prone to the curse than the others. Ultimate says, yeah, like Barnabas and Ultima both basically say that Clive can just do what he wants with the power. It doesn't burn him up the way it burns up the others. Like,
right, but it's still tied to stamina.
yes, like it fucks with his stamina because it's a tiring ability. But like in terms of like the crystal's curse, it doesn't do anything to him.
Right, which is why we need. Like, I'm glad you grabbed that statement because the full context of it is what's important. Because you know as well as I do, people who rep Clive are going to use the first half of that and not provide the second half.
100%. Hang on.
Yeah, that's what I was mainly like very annoyed by.
Holy shit, do we got actual Invictus lore? Let's go. Invictus lore?
Good. Yeah, it's just the same thing from the game. 7 swords said to have been forged in the Flames Mount. Invictus has been passed down through generations for use by the Archduke's family and his closest shields.
Fucking lame. Oh, Ifrit,
See,
let's
we
go.
actually get more information in the game than in the book for the Invictus blade.
Hang on. I just realized so some characters are colored and others aren't. If this is an actual published book, it's like, fuck this guy.
Clive only colored his sections.
Well, Pommel point. All are in agreement. Their icons of creation born of the ailment surprisingly whispers of the appearance of a nine such being at Phoenix Gate were long dismissed as heresy until the icons returned 13 years later. The making a vessel, dominance in their icons have long been considered protectors of their nations, chosen by the gods to wield the power of a single element in service to their people. Yet Clive's encounters with the being known as Ultima depict their divine purpose in altogether different light. If Ultima's claims to be believed, the icons were in fact conceived to serve as fodder for Ifrit. Okay, so the fodder statement wasn't logos. Okay, so that's why I couldn't find it in the game.
Barnabas also states after
Yes,
the
we can talk.
Titan fight that Clive was just stronger than Titan. Because his what's the one dude's name that he makes a complete army and clone out of? The guy that represents
Sleipnir.
his force.
Sleipnir.
Yeah. Sleipnir states, asks him if Clive was just the better fighter, and he says no, Ifrit was just stronger
No, that's not what he
than
says.
Titan.
No, so Slipnir is convinced that Barnabas is like trash, and Odin's like, or no, not Barnabas. He's convinced that Titan is trash, but Barnabas says that Titan was strong if it was just stronger. But
Yeah.
considering that fight was down to the wire with both of them beating the shit out of each other, and he only died because he got turned to stone. Yeah, that's not about that stronger is not raw power. If there is a stronger statement, it is not raw ability and power.
Would you just say that that's due to Ifrit being able to last longer in the form than other icons? Due to Clive's ability to sustain all of the curse,
Well,
except for
this is why I wish this fucking book would talk about it more, because like Hupka was fucking stoned after he got out of his icon form. So then,
Yeah.
can an icon user burn themselves away and then just lose? Or does
Yes.
she stay alive as Titan, get knocked out as Titan, and then is now stone in his base form?
I'd say both, technically, because Hugo's burning his ether reserves faster and faster the longer the fight goes on, and then using the crystal's energy around them to try and supplement the ether for his body, and even that wears out on eventually to him, and then he becomes stone. Because Clive absorbs ether as well into himself and empowers himself, or gives him a stamina boost, if you want to say that, to prolong the fight.
Yes.
Or to get stronger in that scenario. So Hugo not only burns through his ether reserves, gets a buff from it,
And when
but
Bahamut
also
threatened to lay waste to the city.
multiple different areas.
It's saying Bahamut threatened to lay waste to the city. They became Ifrit Risen. But by the time they become Ifrit Risen, hasn't Bahamut already fled to the sky? Because you never fight Bahamut on the planet with Ifrit Risen, right?
Joshua takes Ifrit. So Joshua and Ifrit merge on the open petal of the crystal, and then they go up in the air to fight Bahamut, who's already up there doing a flare. Or charging a flare.
Yes.
Yep, right around. So you want to go forward? Right around here. Yep, right here.
Yeah, so
He absorbs it, their power's not enough. And then they have to merge in order to fight him. And then after that, they fly up there to beat his ass.
oh no.
What do you mean, oh no?
When Bahamut and one they had been, however briefly, in the skies over Twinside when Bahamut threatened to lay waste to the city. So Bahamut with the crystal is city level. Because that's the only time they were in the sky.
But he threatened to burn the world.
Oh no.
Dude, the book seems like it tries to buff them, but at the same time, it's just the nerfs.
No fucking
Like,
shot.
what do you think of the transcendent statement?
Well, to be clear, magic transcends reality in Final Fantasy 16. You can do anything you want with magic as long as you're like skilled or strong enough. So like magic's already a really high fucking energy system.
Would we say it's 4D?
Shit.
Well, it would have to be because they can take people outside space and time with it via Ultima BFR with the physical forms of Joshua, Torgal, and Clive. Oh, that's evil. It's an evil cat.
Embarrassing.
That
Oh
is
man.
evil, dude.
No.
That's
No.
almost worse than my Revenge Ends in Death. God of War 3 guide.
No fucking way. No, I refuse. I refuse to believe such bullshit.
Oh, there's that one statement that I've already got for them stating that Ifrit's only weakness is that it can't fly.
Bueno, si quieres yo avento mi cosa y lo dejo ahí. Pues no comí nada con ella casi, pero...
Also, hello everybody. Sorry about joining so soon and
Some
suddenly,
boys,
but
what did I miss?
yeah.
I did see someone stream on the sides and wanted to return. You're good, Newhin. We're just learning about 16 and how we now potentially have a fucking city level Bahamut statement. I'm gonna call bullshit on that. I'm gonna call bullshit because there's no fucking... Because that would imply that Titan has better DC feats than fucking Bahamut. And I don't know, that doesn't sound right.
No, because Bahamut ran Ramu off, as well as clashed with Odin and lived to tell about it multiple times.
Newhin, they haven't explained Heaven Smiles yet. Go ahead, Devil.
Where we see Dion come back down into his camp, grab a glass of water, drink maybe 3 sips of it, and go right back to grabbing his spear and heading up to the skies as Bahamut again. Like, dude was just toying with Odin, Odin's toying with him at the same time. I should not have given you coffee. About time.
Okay, raise a citadel to the ground. So apparently Bahamut's giving a citadel statement. How was the little one, Devil? How was Leon?
He's great. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Oh, yeah. He's pointing to stuff now and demanding it.
And he wants to bite for it.
Yeah, as usual. Most people do. You're not getting the phone.
You need to come back down so you can be part of that.
I didn't feed him coffee per se. He had a little bit of a Jamocha shake.
Devil, don't give your child coffee. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It was the Cool Whip, or so I thought, that was on top of it.
Bruh.
To be fair, he did crash afterwards for about 2 hours. So this is his second win. He has about 5 naps a day. One of them just a little bit longer than the rest.
Well, sometimes now he sleeps 12 hours.
Yeah, almost.
10 to 12.
Yeah, and after that, he's just really hungry. So
Heaven Smiles, the Disease, and Killer 7.
Oh, here we go. This is the Joshua statements where the Phoenix can't heal the soul, consciousness, or any spiritual healing.
Let's go! Let's go! Joshua had seen but 10 summers on the night Imperial forces infiltrated Phoenix Gate and beheaded his lord. Few survived the frenzy that followed. Indeed, had Joshua been dominant of any other icon, he too surely would have been counted among the victims for its rampage. Yeah, even the Phoenix poem powers of healing. It was only the presence of a company of Undying in the castle crypt, preparing for the rite of ancestral communion the next morning that vouchsafed his survival. It was they who found the shattered prince among the rubble and spirited them away. And it was they who, alongside the Phoenix, toiled to repair his wounds, both physical and spiritually, for 5 long years. Only at 15 years of age, they finally awakened and set in motion the series of events that would eventually embark on his quest to uncover the truth that befell that night. Best case scenario for the Phoenix, it's 5 years of healing.
We thought Ares healing one eye in 100 years was bad.
It's joked. This poor girl getting blue balled at every corner. Hang on, is there any information about her? Mayhaps the result of the role in which the Undying raised her, or that of the Shadow of the Flame, tasked with espionage assassination, Jo grew into an unusually quiet girl, even for one. Even for one of her famously Tactarian order, and mayhaps it was also as a result of the same silent attentiveness that she was permitted to retain by Joshua's side when the stricken prince was carried into the infirmary. Elders of the order recalled there was no need to inform her that this was the boy it had been decided she must devote her life to defending. She seemed to feel it instinctively. On that day, Jo's senses of her life's mission ceased to be one born of indoctrination of the undying and became instead emotional conviction. In her own words, the sight of her charge filled my heart with a warmth and a light that revealed to me how cold and dark my life had been beforehand, and from which I would not fain to be parted. Bro, this poor fucking girl. This poor girl. One journey's end. Thus, when Joshua made a decision to leave her behind at the hideaway, it must have come as a wrenching blow indeed. At first, she was bewildered by her new and noisy surroundings, having only ever experienced life among the silent cloister of the undying, deep in Hall's territory with her liege lord. Yet we are not want to let new arrivals suffer alone here at the hideaway, and have taken it upon ourselves to offer her all the more support we can in her beloved master's absence. Finding answers. Oh boy. Hopefully, explain how the hell Joshua makes statements he doesn't have any reason to know. Watch the book be like Joshua just talks out of his ass sometimes, bro. He genuinely just doesn't know what he's talking about. I think the chapter we are at will explain somewhat how the virus works. Also, the way you get inflicted with it is even funnier because you do not get infected, you just get chosen. That blows. There's also no cure in the universe. Uh, okay. The Phoenix. Towns. The Phoenix, firebird of legend, who rises from the ashes when all seems lost, famed in that Joshua Rossfield on the Phoenix, long thought to have pierced tragedy to reappear when his bird needed the most. While certainly not lacking offensive skills, it is in its defensive abilities that the true miracle of the Phoenix's power resides. Not only can it manipulate the very forces of life itself, bringing the near departed back from the edge of death and healing grave hurts, it also is able to summon 9 impenetrable barriers to protect its allies. Okay, so then the barrier is a Phoenix thing. Okay. These press can become extremely effective as Joshua discovered when he sealed the ultimate way within himself by creating a barrier around his foe and countering its attempts to break out by continuously expanding his powers of healing. He was able to seal his great evil all the way inside himself. So it says manipulate life itself. So the problem is that like we don't see much of that. Because mainly just healing is what we see from Joshua.
He does manipulate Ultima when he absorbs him into himself.
So everyone's a virgin and dies a virgin. Damn, that's rough. Bro. These poor women. It was the time of League of Rose, a union formed in the year 550 to counter the growing debt posed by the recently founded Democratic Republic, and from which the Duchy of Rosario would later grow. That the legend of the Phoenix was cemented and the Rossfield name for celebrated in song. The League faced 9 insurmountable numbers at Orville Downs, and its hastily assembled peasant army seemed likely to be routed at the first sign of trouble. But as the two forces slowly marched towards one another, Alfred Rossfield, the Phoenix of his day, and 2 trusted liegemen, who together were known as the Knights Lambert, galloped out far ahead of the throng. Bathed in the Phoenix flames, they fought and fell again, and the sight of their rising so inspired their kinsmen that by the time they joined the fray, they were a force renewed. Okay, so that means that like in actual combat, the Phoenix can't just keep bringing itself back from the dead, or like I guess near death. Phoenix feather, while incapable of breathing life back into those who have already passed through the gates of death, the feathers of the phoenix can cure almost any injury. It can even knit once severed flesh. As such, they are highly sought after. Sadly, they are also extremely rare. So fiercely are they coveted that one historian recalls an instance when, following a battle between the Phoenix and Shiva, he witnessed soldiers from both sides take to the battlefield in mass, putting aside both arms' differences in order to search for fallen feathers. Of course, there is great demand, but little supply. Merchants of ill repute will take advantage of the situation, offering alternatives designed to separate desperate souls from their hard-earned coin. Such alternatives take various forms, from red chocobo pinions to vulture feathers dipped in swine blood. The visitors to certain marketplaces would do well to heed notices, warning potential buyers of the risk. Okay, so then Joshua can basically just heal everything short of death, is what it sounds like. That's not terrible, but it's not great in comparison to the other Phoenixes. Jill, another blue balled woman in this story. Oh, damn, bro, these signs could not have been more fucking clear. Poor Jill. This book doesn't. This book has done. This book genuinely has done wonders for 16's fucking lore and characters. Because these aren't in the game. These extras are not in the game. You know, if Joshua had collected his feathers, girls became blue ball left and right and center. The only thing denser than the material used by the ancients is Clive's own actual fucking mind. Decade suffering, awakening among child to sacking Roslet, the suffering, and in cases of will take the child away, never to be seen again during Jill's second year in captivity. Would set her smoke alight in the throes of a nightmare, betraying herself as a bearer of fire. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, a bearer. Okay, as a bearer of fire. Okay, I got confused there for a second. All right. Mm, anything good? So far, just a few statements here and there. Jay, it looks like we do have a city level statement for Bahamut with the crystal. So I'm gonna assume that's bullshit, but it's technically now we have a place to put Bahamut's burn the world statement. And it's worse than I thought it'd be. Okay, so then Jill did lose to Titan in this fight. Um, Jill the creator. Let's see here. The city in question was a country-sized one. We can at least give that. No, the city was the castle they fought in. Gifts most cherished. Silken handkerchief. Damn, this bitch was really giving all the fucking signals. Yeah, the red star. Shiva. Taking the form of a majestic queen of yore, clad all in white, Shiva is a sight to see above beautiful material. The whole command element advice she can rain down shards. Those encircle her flat glittering walls of sturdy of stone. And the histories of the North has claimed that she summoned an all-consuming blizzard, the freezing army where it stood. And Jill called upon the same power, known as some as diamond dust, to still the raging heart of the mountain Justins, while Clive fought being a flame and mist of lake of lava. Yet, as every fire must ultimately go out, so too must even the coldest ice melt. It is speculated that the effort of maintaining her frozen creations asked more if she was dominant than any other icon's momentary acts of destruction. Bro, what? Bro, they really out here being like, yeah, bro, she was also the weakest, basically, and she fucking takes more fucking energy to fucking perform. Bro, why? Bro, why? Uh, okay, hang on. Okay, so this is new lore. A battle between the Phoenix and Shiva. Though she was victorious, poor Yessie was turned almost to stone in the process, as if she had not already suffered enough. When final dignity awaited, the Phoenix's defeat should be, by rights, have brought victory for the Thanes. But no sooner had the battle ended than they fell to bickering over how the spoils of war should be divided. The Rosarians, sensing their chance, and knowing full well that Shiva could ill afford to take the field again, quickly rallied the invaders and drove them back. And who should the shamefaced northern lords blame for the failure? Poor Yessie, having done so much. She was banished to the Cape when she had tried and failed to save them, though to suffer in solitude, her body finally succumbed to the stone. Okay, so again, so in her icon form in the battle, she got turned to stone the same way Titan was. Ah, seems Devil has also abandoned me. For shame. Okay, let's go to Sid here. Curious what they have for Sid. Are they trying to show magic being the science behind physics in their universe? Not yet. They haven't really done that. Dreaming of distant lands. Sid was born in an unremarkable village on the northern coast of the continent in the year 1829. The child of two servants, he seemed destined for life of menial labor, nothing else. Yet for all he lacked, he possessed an abundance of curiosity and daring. Thus, he contrived to eavesdrop on the lessons of his master's son at every opportunity, sometimes from up a chimney, learning in so doing about the wonders of the wide world of Alstea, land of the mother crystals. It seemed so a far more interesting place than his home. So at the age of 10 and 6, he stowed away aboard the ship for Waylude and saw employment there as a mercenary. Sid awoke as a dominant 2 years after his arrival in Valastia. While escorting a merchant caravan to Stonehere, he and his fellow mercenaries made camp next to the high road and proceeded to drink themselves into a stupor. What followed, none of them could say with any certainty, but at some point in the dead of night, the alarm bell was sounded, prompting Sid's inebriated companions to fumble for their swords and stumble about in the dark in a state of great confusion. A sudden flash of lightning followed, and by whose glow they glimpsed a robed figure in the sky. Shortly before hearing a deafening bang, the group awoke at dawn, singed but alive, to find themselves surrounded by several sizable craters. In one, they discovered the blackened remains of a merchant caravan, and another, Sid snoring peacefully. So that's how Sid awakened, huh? That's crazy. Was that in the game, Devil? On how Sid awakened? In the name of the wind, Artemis named Silver Commander of Waylude in 2021. That's only through his service. He had none. Who had seen Sid and actually could doubt his ability for the role. Every responsibility heaped upon him served only the broad in his shoulders, and he seemed both wise beyond his years and blessed with understanding of the lowliest souls of his command. That he of all people should chance to find the dominant Garuda in her hour of need bespeaks the work of fate. He met Benedicta shortly after awakening during a mission in a remote corner of Walud. Fleeing hideous mistreatment, her icon had contrived to murder all around her, not once but twice, and might well have done so again had Sid not offered her sanctuary, and thus was a seed sown in which one day would blossom into love. Letter secrets. Conscious of strategic threat posed by the ceaseless advance of the Blight, Sid began an exhaustive study of the Deadlands. Soon after becoming Lord Commander, his research spanning 17 years led him to an unthinkable conclusion that the Mother Crystal's balance's Aether was being bled from the land, and this was the true cause of the Blight. When Sid duly shared his findings with Barnabas and his ever-present advisor, he found the king wholly unmoved. The chaos resulting from the Deadlands encroachment served with his purposes. He was told to stay believing Vasti as it did. Thus did Barnabas confirm that which he had long suspected, that he cared not for the suffering of his subjects or for the hardships heaped upon the least fortunate members of his alien society, the bearers, and it was this which made Sid quit Waylude forever. Oh, Sid's daughter isn't biological? That's weird. I kind of assumed they were biologically related.
Hi, Zim.
No, shit, not that the end of the game tells you that. Welcome back, Cyber. Okay, then I'm just not remembering things at this point. That's fine. You guys can keep me focused if I forget things.
What page you on?
I have now reached page 79.
Any power scaling stuff so far or no?
A few statements on icons, mainly Jill getting fucked over by her icon, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, apparently Shiva's ice requires more Aether to like maintain than the other icon abilities, so she gets affected by the curse a lot harder than the other icons.
That's bullshit. That is totally done so she doesn't have fight scenes. Oh, that is bullshit.
I was gonna say, bro, get this fucking trash out of my sight. There is a statement that a previous version of Shiva beat the Phoenix in a fight, so that's pretty good, I guess.
I'm thinking the Shiva statement, like because he obviously like it's hard to say what is and isn't canon gameplay wise unless we get like scripted moments, say like Clive's fight with Ultima, right, where they like fight with abilities. Like
Okay.
the fact that like Clive's actively copying Shiva's powers and not getting like so much kickback as Jill is some bullshit.
To be fair, I mean, Clive doesn't get kickback for any of them. Actually, no, there's a statement you might like. Yeah, there is a statement. Where is it? You might have
Is it
already
the
read this
logo?
one in priming, how it's indefinite according to Logos.
Wait, it's indefinite?
So, according to Logos, an icon's form is determined by the elements of its dominant, and it can be maintained indefinitely.
What
Now,
page is that?
that is on page. That is on the same page I believe you sent me. Hang on, let me double check.
Oh, I didn't read. Maybe it's because I was kind of like a little tired earlier and I didn't read it because of that.
No, no, no. It'll be the
Would you
next
say
page. It'll be the page with the page with with the crystal bracelets on
would you say that's would you say that's contradicted or
So I think I this is where I'm torn because several icons, even like because again, as I mentioned Shiva right now, She burned herself out because of being in her icon form so long that she practically turned to stone immediately afterwards. So this raises a question then. Do people who turn to stone in their icon form stay alive until their icon form is beaten and knocked out of? Or does turning to stone revert the icon form?
I don't
Because
know if it elaborates later on.
it better with Titan, because that needs to be
maybe
answered.
maybe it means like indefinite, so long as like they can still keep feeding Aether.
That's
And
why
like
I would assume that there's some restriction to that because no one stays in their form that long. Even Barnabas, he doesn't stay in his like Odin form forever, which would have been a great fucking piece of information.
Barnabas for me is weird because like unless Logos contradicts what I'm thinking, I've always inferred that like Odin's cost for transforming is vast, and that's why he stays in the form for such short periods of time.
Well, Barnabas is a Kashyyyk, so I don't think he suffers priming as badly as the others did.
It'd be kind of funny if there's like a statement, "Oh yeah, turning into Odin would kill you unless you're a Kashyyyk."
Dude, I hope so. But yeah, no. So here's how I took it for the priming. If you're Ultima, you can be primed indefinitely because Ultima doesn't suffer the effect of the curse. But if you suffer the effect of the curse, it depends on how like you have a time limit. So basically, God is free to prime indefinitely.
Would this not mean that perfect vessel Clive would sort of have this? Besides, obviously, like yes, he did die to the curse, but that's kind of like implied to be because of taking Ultima power
Yes.
in. I'm
Yes.
referring to
So
like if he had not done that. Let's say he had just killed Ultima and let Ultima's power just I don't know fade away with his
yes.
form.
Yes. At this current point, I would have to concede my earlier positions that Clive would only have a set time frame in Ifrit's form. At the current moment, with Logos' information and based on statements from Barnabas and Clive being a perfect vessel, it would seem strange if he can't stay in Ifrit for as long as he wants. But he can still be knocked out of it super fucking easily, apparently, because fucking everyone knocks him out of it.
I
But
mean,
no.
I'm fine with that. I think that like enough damage could knock him out of it. I mean, I think that's true for most transformations across like different fictional medias.
Yeah.
Clive could also be knocked out of it via stamina as well, as shown in 16. It's on
Yes.
an indefinite.
Yes, that's true. When he's fighting Odin, he just gets knocked out of it stamina wise.
Hence why I was saying to read the full context of it, because they list it as a hypothetical cyber.
Well, no,
Okay. I'm more so thinking like a perfect vessel version because in the fight with Odin, he is definitely not perfect vessel yet. I mean, that's part of the point of the fight. Barnabas wants to add Odin's part to Clive. The way I took the Clive fight with Barnabas is that like his tubes or so clashes with Barnabas caused an immense amount of damage to his Ifrit
Did you read
state,
it?
which burned him out.
hang on.
Because like the Odin form, not the Odin, sorry, the fight with Titan lasts way longer. Like even if it's not tens of minutes or whatever, is the times he spends as Ifrit against Titan is way longer than he spends against Odin, right? So the way I took it is always that like we know that prior to that fight, Clive's resistance to spatial cuts are kind of ass. Like initially, he's killed by a cut, and it's explicitly stated Barnabas wasn't trying to kill him in that first encounter. And then two, when Barnabas does like the kind of charged move, but still in his base. I mean, Clive's deals with it better that time, but it's still kind of chaos. I mean, you can't really fight afterward. And then after,
like even if you go with the Clive and Titan fight lasting longer, Ifrit's still stated to be stronger than Titan, even by Barnabas.
yeah, but like
I'm gonna
that's
say Barnabas
before
is
like
long there, bro.
that's before Titan like. I mean, it's stated to be stronger, but like if we're looking
That's
at the
aftermath.
actual. Oh, okay.
That's the aftermath of
I'm
the
going to let you
Barnabas fight.
continue really quick. My meal is ready, so I'm going to have to mute for a moment while I eat my pizza.
Yeah,
Nice.
but yeah, you're good. But you can
Sorry.
read the full. You can read the full statement later.
I'll get
So
to it in a
the-
moment. The last thing I wanted to say before I eat the pizza, my stance with the Odin fight has always been, at least in like both little squabbles with Odin, is that anytime Odin's like facial cut hits Ifrit, Ifrit deals with it a lot better than base Clive does, but it's still very taxing to the point where I would consider that that's kind of what knocks him out of the form. Like Ifrit can handle spatial cuts better than Clive, but not by much.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it does say that prolonged priming does like cost like again the curse of the crystal. So again, I'm hoping the Titan section will actually tell us how that works in the icon form. But yeah, so it looks like Clive should have. Well, again, because when Clive
so
got tired in his prime state, it was his second prime, not his first one. That could make a difference. We never see characters prime multiple times easily, except for Odin.
It wasn't
So-
Clive's second time.
so
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
He only
gonna,
did once in the Odin fight, not twice.
No, he primes twice in the Odin
Oh.
fight.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say just to swing in here from something that I disagree with. If you acknowledge how fast these characters are supposed to be moving, you can't take how long the actual fight is when you physically play it into consideration. Because the Titan and the Odin fight could be the same length because they're not always constantly moving and they keep coming in and out.
I mean, you can gauge how fast they're moving.
Well, no.
Granted,
So Kyle's in the position because they're moving like at light speeds that we would assume like that things are not moving in real time in the sections because they'd have to move way faster than that.
don't think you could prove that for back then because light speed only really becomes a thing for amp. Granted,
Well,
unless you're using like the regular lasers.
No,
No.
you'd have to because they can already react to light speed movement, and Odin can consistently fight Bahamut, and all of the icons are basically on par with each other. So even if they're not physically moving that fast, they can react and perceive that fast.
I fucking
So you
hate,
have to take
I
that into
hate this so
consideration.
much. I hate this so much because they don't actually talk about the Sid versus fucking Bahamut fight. Oh, that's so annoying.
I'm gonna mute for the pizza. I'll be
You're
back.
good. You're good. When
Like
Prince
I,
D,
I hope my little thing wasn't interrupting, and it was just like putting in like a different perspective to look at it.
no, you're
I
fine.
welcome it. Like I said, I disagree with the statement of indefinite because we're shown evidence that it's not indefinite with the bear's curse, with the stamina feat.
Again, this might just be in reference to like if it wasn't for the bearer's curse, they could stay in the form like freely. So you would only give this to at this current point only Ultima and maybe Perfect Vessel Clive would have this argument. Maybe.
Yeah, but Ultima still gets knocked out of it as well.
I mean, you could just take the indefinite to mean that if they're not fighting, they can stay in the form for as long as they want, maybe? Oh, well, again,
And,
outside of the Crystal's Curse, because again, that would still fucking fuck up the dominance.
Exactly. Like, you see what I'm saying? There's more anti-feats against it than there are feats being for it.
Again, you could just argue being referenced like the perfect vessel situation, like with Ultima. Like Ultima would just be fine being in that form because Ultima doesn't seem to have any issues staying in like Ifrit Prime.
You gotta stop, buddy. It's okay.
Buddy, you
My
gotta
opinion
stop.
is
I'm sorry I gave you
Ultima,
fucking coffee.
if Ultima, no, he's already slept since then. That was a while ago. If Ultima and Clive can be knocked out of the form while they're fighting, then it's just not indefinite. And it wouldn't even really be tied to Ultima having it as indefinite either.
No, because you would argue indefinite in this case means that they can hold the form for as long as they want, but outside factors would prevent them from like keeping the form active. Is how you would handle that at that point.
So indefinite with a catch.
Yeah, the same way they treat Devil
Or
Trigger
with
for Dante.
I
But
mean,
this time we actually have evidence.
DP with Dante has like a lot more fucking shit going for it. Even Sin does. because like you have to be basically even when they're on their deathbed, they can still transform into it and everything else, and it's not really limited. They don't get knocked out of it via stamina.
Again, the stamina thing's always been weird because it's the second priming. Because if Clive's stamina was that bad, because he's only an Ifrit for like 2 minutes beforehand. So it has to be the act of priming again that caused the stamina to wear off. Because even Barnabas was surprised it happened.
Yeah, Jay's also right on this. Sindeltry was used 2 times back to back in fight, like 2 back-to-back fights. And not only that, but we're not even told how many times he and Virgil both send Devil Trigger during their 20-minute fight. And they're fighting each other at immeasurable speeds.
Well, yeah, but like that would just mean that Dante can use his forms easier than Clive can. Like,
I mean, we already knew that, and like
well,
the
yeah, but
power gap is.
like what Dante does doesn't fucking matter for this like thing because we're not comparing Dante to Clive right now, or at least not purposefully. We're just talking about Clive right now. So it doesn't matter if Dante can fucking drop the form and go back 3 billion times. It matters how many times Clive can do it. And based on the Odin fight, Clive can only do it twice before he gives up on like the fucking power.
Did you make sure to copy that screen about the semi-prime and the priming amping?
Yeah, it's all right there in the same thing. But again, as I stated in my video, that could literally just be in reference to having more Aether to use. But yeah, I got the scan.
Okay, and will you go back on when you do a new video? Because wasn't the comment that was left exactly what I mentioned was going to be argued?
Yep.
Gotta love it. I agree with that, Jay. So, was there anything for Dion?
We're not there yet.
Oh, I did grab a screenshot of after the Titan fight for Titan and Shiva that they stated they could feel the tremors all the way at the hideout.
Okay.
I'm not sure if anyone else has brought that up or not.
No, not yet.
All right.
Hang on.
I may be back for VC, but I will be lurking in the live chat. So, no, I have not abandoned thee.
You're good. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think she actually slept with Kupka because it's heavily implying here that the way she kept him in control was by keep away. So she had to keep dangling prizes for him. No, see, too naked in bed. I had to get in touch with Mangler about that. Jay, I'm gonna keep it straight back with you. The DMC project, just wait for it to be out. I'm sorry. I know it's not like a very fucking like exciting announcement, but life gets complicated at times. Do we ever see them in bed with each other? When? Is it after the intro? Okay, let's get to the Garuda. And the cavalcade of death and destruction they're able to bring to bear make her a foe no right-minded person would choose to face, even a fellow dominant. Okay, so this confirms that Garuda is not the weakest of the dominants. And yet still Clive faced her, yet his powers were unknown to him, and to do so was to all intents and purposes suicide. We must give thanks that he emerged victorious and live to find new purpose for within. Yeah, so this just confirms then that Garuda wasn't the weakest of the icons like a lot of people tend to believe. Let's see what it says about past dominance. I do like the past icon sections. But hers were vile counsel and child and children of are wont to seek imaginary companions, for the real sword never to be found. What was by no means imaginary was their devastating power, and the two more than enough to keep Clive occupied while their mistress was elsewhere. The exact nature of Iggy and his relationship with his master is still a matter of much debate, but with some believing to be independent beings in their own right, and others conceiving them as more projections of their master's will. If they were indeed entities in their own right, had Garuda and Cyprian lived as long as Garuda had existed? If so, what could they have told us for earlier ages? I wonder, perhaps if a dominant winner emerges again, we might endeavor to find out. Well, presumably there are no more dominants going forward, so I don't know why he's saying that, right? So is she like all sexism? The Dominion, though only recently formed, was pre-existed by a number of minor fiefdoms that were largely friendly with one another, in no small part due to the fact that it was unclear among which of them the next dominant one might emerge. With a great pirate fleet terrorized the seas and the chaos that followed the breakdown of the Continental Accord in the year 150, the bonds between these patchwork principalities were further strengthened when the dominant at the time, a woman known as Manu, rallied the ragtime militias of the region beneath her banner and led a flotilla out to face the marauding corsairs. The raiders were driven back by for her wings, and their ships dashed against the rocks of the archipelago. It said even now, if one walks the beaches of the Isles of the Ark, one may occasionally find the remnants of pirates' ill-gotten gains. Kind of a lame statement, but all right. Okay. I wonder if Leviathan is in here. He should be. All right. Kublai became famously wealthy and wielded more influence in Malka than anyone in the Republican government. She arrived as part of a Wayluder delegation sent to discuss a potential alliance, but barely seen the Weaver's presence. Not worried, not impressed, not anything. But then she was a dominant like him and beautiful besides. Kupka fell for her almost immediately and sought to corner her at every subsequent meeting. And when at last he had her to himself, they spoke of ruling the world as king and queen. Seeking vengeance and demise. Okay, so Ty and Lost is in here at least. Let's go. So discovered later the beloved supposed murder ruined Mrs. Deadlands. Even as his private guards sought the forsaken area, he drew upon his own to summon Titan and ground them all down. It was not there because by vengeance. Kublai spent. Having learned the truth about the man now bore his name, Kublai's thoughts turned inevitably to Rossio. He saw once again it was characteristically audacious move when yielded. After Clive humbled him in Rossio, Kublai spirited away Drake's frame where he drank of the Mark Crusader, last desperate bid to strength for his revenge, but it would never be his. Okay, Titan. Titan strength was bedrock, opposing all the icons, giving their allies physical advantages one might tend. Any clash with Titan unavoidably comes at great cost to all those on the field of battle. Old D, the ultimate expression of Titan's power, makes a weapon of land itself, summoning great pillars of stone from the depths of the earth. And this being the case, is perhaps mercy of Titans historically dwell in the vast emptiness of the desert. It's not real statements here for the most part. Finding himself outmatched during his faithful encounter with Ifrit, Titan drank deep of the Aether, Drake's Fang, and at last for victory. The result was an unholy amalgamation of mountain and monster far larger than any iconic manifestation ever recorded. This tentacle abomination was a flailing creature of basis instinct, wholly bereft of the guile of its dominant, and its size served only to present a larger target for its fleet-footed foe. In the end, Ifrit drove one of the twisted icon's tentacles into what passed for its head, before plunging into its collapsing body to put an end to Hugh Kupka's wicked game once and for all. Dog shit, but okay. We never see Titan with that weapon. That is true, actually. I wonder if that's just concept art. While Titan's going to be depicted as an avatar of Ra, destined to wreak destruction upon the enemies of America, he is more often portrayed as a protector in the stories of desert peoples who resided at the southern storm of the Republic's formation. That's a pretty cool story. Holy shit, Dion, let's go! Let's go! Although this does confirm that the main reason Titan lost the fight was because he was just like a primal creature working on just pure instinct. This means that more than likely, had Titan been in charge of Titan lost, he probably would have won that fight. Still more information than we got in the actual game. All right. Interesting. I wonder if she actually wasn't that bad to him. Minder Clive was amped to be Kupka. That is true. All right. Again, this is shit we should have seen in the game. So basically, to summarize this passage real quickly, they were having a party basically, and she basically made it clear that legally he can't be emperor because he's the head of the Order of the Knights, because that's supposed to be the servant to the emperor. And Dion thought she was joking, but her dad made it clear she wasn't. So basically, fucking spirit versus letter of the law situation. Mm, again, so we don't know. We don't get like an origin discussion. That kind of blows. Taking the form of a celestial dragon, Bahamut Warden Lysa as a protector of the people of Northern East since the ages of the first dominance. As Gregorian scripture tells, that the goddess riding in the battle against the forces of darkness astride such creature. Authorities from the Holy Empire now claim the icon to be a manifestation of a legendary dragonic state. It should be noted, however, that Bahamut's first corroborated appearance occurred at least 200 years after the relevant passages were written. A tribe known as the Motes of Light once dwelt in the land of the Drake's Head, among which the dominant Bahamut would always emerge. In modern times, dominants are often born among the Sambristry nobility, most likely because the tribe's bloodline still runs strong in the ranks. Many claims are made as to the extent of Bahamut's powers, with some naming him the greatest of the icons, but recent clashes with Odin and latterly the brothers Rossfield paint a more balanced picture. Be that as it may, to see him send forth 4 dozen beams of Syrian light to converge upon his enemy, one can understand the awe in which he inspires. All right, so just confirmation. Okay, so confirmation then that they're more comparable. All right, cool. You would assume Bahamut's the strongest based on what we see, though. The Gregorian Church holds. I like the artwork they made for this one. The artwork looks really clean. Hold very dominant Bahamut chosen by the goddess herself, and that each serves the cause of righteousness and truth, which the official records of the Holy Empire enthusiastically attest. But for all the many tales, Bahamut's glorious. Oh, hang on. I received the message. Yeah, there are whispers of enigma. It is known, for example, that as late century, an entire district of Orphan was razed to the ground in the space of a single night. Though the church attributed the attack to insurgents, other sources claim that a attempt was made to arrest the then dominant Bahamut on charges of apostasy. While it's true as 6 such insurgents were subsequently tried and executed for the crimes, it should be noted that the dominant in question died soon after, not having been in public since the incident in question. All right, kind of trash, but okay. Bahamut has taken part in many legendary battles over the ages, not least against Ifrit and Phoenix in the skies over Twinside, but there is something uniquely captivating about his duel with Odin, Warden of Darkness, during the Battle of Elenus Door. Though history may judge the conflict a victory for Waylude over the forces of the Empire, it should not be inferred that Bahamut was bested by Odin. In all, Prince Dion and King Barnabas took to the field some half-dozen times. Wait, what? Wow. Maybe Clive just sucks after all. Because this is the battle. So this means in the game, Dion and Odin would fight, take a break, come back and fight again, take a break, come back and fight again. That's stupid. Okay. So that means Barnabas, you would just, Zam, how much longer are you going to be streaming for tonight? Not sure. Oh, it's Barnabas. So these guys were running Faith 24/7. So this means Barnabas' statement of suffering lesser rivals is either wrong or something about Bahamut prevented him from being an equal rival to Odin. Okay, interesting. No Am Bahamut? No, not for that fight. All right. Great times of Clive Cussler Barnabas in Canver, the king required by a moment to overwhelm the young upstart and sever his every sinew, incapacitating him completely. Shane Clive would manage to endure somewhat more punishment, but the result was the same defeat before Barnabas was even fully primed. It was not until the third time they met atop the ancient spire of Reverie that Clive was finally able to summon Inference to successfully defeat the Warren of Darkness. It was then that Clive learned Barnabas had never intended to slay him, that their encounters had been naught but trials within by Ultima in order to further hone his skills, culminating in the absorption of the king's very life force. Yet still, even in his dying moments, knowing Ultima had used and discarded him like some awful play, I think Barnabas still believed that his lord would save his people. Okay, so if you believe that Barnabas never intended to kill Clive, then that also means that in the final fight he was holding back. Okay, so actually, so this is interesting. So this one claims Odin. So this is Joshua claiming Odin is the mightiest of the icons. Yep. Unlike icons such as Leviathan or the Phoenix, with their more beastly forms, Odin assumes the likeness of a man, albeit one of towering stature. Odin is also one of three icons, the others being Garuda and Leviathan, known to possess familiars. In the case of Odin, the Egai manifests himself as a flying six-legged horse upon which the icon rides in the battle, although he most likely possesses another, more on which below. Odin, however, is possibly known best for his sword, Zen gets Zan, we're gonna call it Zan, believed by some to be the remnant of the all-consuming void that existed before the first gods created light. This pitch-black blade is said to be possessed by an edge so keen that it can cut through the very threads of creation. A trait made evident in Clive's encounter with Barnabas beneath the Strait of Alteria, in which the very sea was split asunder. All right, potential upscale for certain swords. Potential upscale. But said, me, Sorka, student language of Eastern lands, records of Odin's blade being referred to as it did not appear until after the icon first work in Barnabas. By this time, the king had already been known to wield a sword forged from the fallen star of his youth. His mother purportedly having commissioned a Hagen smith with the weapons creation a short time on the Eastern Islands. Oh, that's cool. He had a meteor sword at one point. Slipnir. What are we talking about, Souls Requiem? Hmm. King Barnabas has rather cleverly blurred the lines between what was originally of Eldermark and what have been his own additions to legends of his adopted land, which makes it very tricky to unpick invention to cement his role from genuine tales of the old times. However, one whose story cannot possibly be recent invention is Luthor Lifsum, first to be gifted the power of Odin, the greatest warrior of all the ancient sages or sagas, whose face can be seen carved in a thousand wayside monuments from Scatford to Stone here. Should Thamir have attempted to erase him from the record, whose name is invoked in births, deaths, and all countless feast days in between, he may have faced resistance even his might could not have quelled. Well, okay, so here's Leviathan. Uh, Caused by the goods of the officers. Delay Sheila, tributary to generations, content by Claire Ross, associates in the home. Leviathan. No mention of Barnabas being a Kashyyyk. We might get that a little later, but he should be a Kashyyyk based on what we've been told. All right. Okay, that's a pretty good statement. His jets of water are fast enough to cut through solid like rock. So that means we can assume that his water jets would or that his water spouts would be equal to like just jets of water. So level standing for Leviathan. He had that one in the main game. I remember that one. Clive's Hideaway. We might be getting to the point where let's see. So Clive's Hideaway. We'll get through this one first. Oh, apparently we gotta go through this. No time guy. No information on him yet. Okay. Oh, here we go. Ragnarok. Okay. Not yet, Devil. We're gonna be scrolling through this a bit faster now because there's just not much to really talk about. But- Ancient Ashen legend tells one day that the age of dawn was trying to close. Bro, how do we not get any new fucking lore on that shit? All right, so these are the other curse users. All right, can you send me the scans as well for your Fritz stuff and dominant stuff? Also, the info on Clive for Dissidia. He's not in the game yet. We're almost there, Devil. There you go, Fenrir. Lotus' best friend, Torgal is fiercely protective of Clive and his allies, and never stays far from Killing Wake up to him, it became abundantly clear he's much more than merely. In fact, he is a rare frostwolf and be with the same sorcerer strength as the legendary Fenrir, which he is able to call upon in times of crisis, though the manner in which he primes into his Fenric form is reminiscent of Dominate, something their icon. Torgal calls Non an icon of his own, but upon the powers of those who have walked beside him over the years, with whose aid he has become imbued. Okay, that's interesting. So he doesn't actually have like an iconic form, he just has like a pseudo icon form. Curious is the case of the Moogle, a winged creature of diminutive size, boundless charm or wit, while the presence of one of the hideaway would appear to quash all thought to the contrary. The truth of the matter is that the realm is quite divided as to whether they even exist. Alright. Okay. Kate Sitcharm? Is Kate Sith? I thought Kate Sith was only really in Final Fantasy VII, so I could be wrong there. Okay. Google should be good. Not really too much else here. There you go. Alright. Alright, nothing really here. Okay, money crystals. See, this is the issue. Like, I knew this was gonna happen with logos. Thankfully, logos have provided some good statements, or at least some statements. But this is what I kind of like knew was gonna happen: is that logos would end up being kind of like hit or miss. But we're getting there. All right, one concept that first mentioned is Joseph mentioning mountains of crystals, at the beginning of core time and reflecting on crystals. Also, keep in mind, this is all written by Hipparchus, compiled from each dominant character who enters the hideout as well, as Dion has voice lines which state that he's spoken to him. Yeah.
Did you hey Zim, did you get past all the icons yet or not?
Did.
Uh anything worth note? I've only got a brief chance to check. Bahamut had like no shit talked about, and Leviathan actually had some power scaling stuff.
Leviathan had some stuff. Bahamut's main statements were basically just around the idea that he is comparable to the others and he's equal to Odin based on his like battle. I didn't really see anything else beyond that though. We did get some information on Titan Lost, but it was kind of fucking useless.
There is a statement that some believe that Odin's blade is from
The primordial darkness, and that it can cut through
yeah.
all of creation. Yeah, I saw that one. I mean, the game says constantly he can cut through everything, but then you also have
Yeah,
swords
but
in the game that are equal to his blade's sharpness.
like the primordial darkness thing is new.
That is new. That is true. That is new. Although I do wonder then, God, I really wish they would have actually talked about the interdimensional rift more in this one, because it would have been great to find out that's like the primordial like existence before reality or something. But we're still going.
What page are you on now?
I am on page. Yeah, give me a second. I am on page. The page number is in here. Hang on.
Should be at the very top.
147. There we go.
Oh, you're about to hit the Aether stuff.
Yes, I'm on the.
Crystals in the dark. I'm
Yes.
curious if that has anything interesting.
Oh, that's what hopefully we'll find out. Oh, actually, hold on a minute. Nice. Before turning the Kashik, yeah. It doesn't mention Odin being a Kashik from what I saw. I might have missed the line, but I was kind of surprised on that one.
Let's see. 364. Actually, I kind of want to go to 151.
Oh, is this someone who claims it though? And do we know for certain is it the promoter of darkness? No, because ultimately at the end of the day, we have no source for it, and we also don't know what the source is because he never talks to Odin directly, and Odin never claims that either. But you could take it as a possibly, but like I don't really think there's any real upscaling there at that point because we don't even know if the primordial darkness would have any like special properties. The best upscaling argument you can make is that Joshua claims Odin is the mightiest of all the icons, but again, earlier statements and logos would imply that it wouldn't have mattered. Who wins the fight between Omega and Odin? Omega and Odin.
Wait, it talks about Omega, or are you being asked on your stream?
I'm being asked on my stream about it. Um, well, I want to say Odin takes that because of his like maneuverability and options, but I do think Omega might be stronger than Odin. Yoku,
Did I go way too?
If you're on the Kindle, you should be able to just find where it talks about Odin, like on the Left. Odin's thing for possibly being a Acacia at the bottom of the page. Okay, so it is there. I just missed it. All right, Drake's tail. Crystal with this represents spectacle crystal transfiguration will say blossoming into flower. Change the subject of much debate, but then claim the flower and respond.
Yeah, but I went too far.
You good? Drake's fine.
All right, someone get access to the art book that comes out in May.
Well, is it like an actual art book, or do they confirm there's going to be commentary in it?
Wait, I don't know if they were. Oh, actually, 96-page hardcover presenting key art and visual assets. Shit, probably not a lot of, if any, commentary.
PR might mean that they talk a little bit about it, but that might be more of a design thing. Pick it up on digital again. It's always cheaper to pick these up digitally.
Well, if it's anything like the first art book, it's not going to have a lot of shit. It's specifically about the DLCs.
Omega upscaling? Yes, please.
I mean, if you find any talk about Omega in this book from Power Scaling, you tell me, because I've seen jack shit so far.
There's Omega is not mentioned once. Only the icon lasts have been mentioned, and it low key fucking irks me. Well, let's see here. I mean, to be fair, from a Final Fantasy fan perspective, this book has done a lot of good for 16. 100%. Fixes a lot of problems 16 had. But from a power scaling and lore perspective, oh, I need a little more. This is the first art book had no words at all. I see. Drake's horn. I do appreciate they explain how the gauntlets that nullify Aether work or how they are made this time. Apparently, they're just crystals exposed to darkness for long periods of time, or dark magics for long periods of time. So that's at least cool we get an origin for them. I don't remember that being in the original game.
Question: would you consider buffs or debuffs given to like the not the story mode in Peak of Combat, but kind of like the boss rush kind of version of it? Dante has like a new version in game. It's not, when I say new version, it's just kind of like they changed his moveset a little bit.
Yeah.
Would you consider that canon as like what could be possible for resistances, or do you think that's just too far out there?
So they are gameplay status ailments he is forced on, or can you elaborate a little bit there?
If he goes into Spin Devil Trigger, he gets a like a resistance to like all elemental attacks in the game, but he becomes explicitly weak to like darkness or corruption attacks in the game.
I don't know, because mobile game buffs and debuffs and shit always end up being weird.
Well, it's not even from story mode; it's from the boss rush. It's like a kind of like, you know how like sometimes like these gacha games have like exclusive versions of bosses, kind of like that.
I'm gonna say I don't think so personally on that one. That seems a little too far. Like if it was in its own kit, that'd be a little harder. But if it comes from a boss rush mission, I'm not too sure on that one. But that's gonna be up to the individual on what they want to take. But yeah, I think that'd be too far into gameplay at that point. That's why, like, I actually had this issue with Kyle because Kyle tried scaling Eddie to head with gameplay mechanics, and ultimately he could because it was their character's kit. As much as I like detested the idea, but like, when you get like into super hardcore gameplay alteration, I mean, technically you have to. Like, if you have a character who can put a buff on themselves and increases their power by 15%, that's just statistics amplification. So you would give that to the character, but that depends on like where it comes from. So yeah, it'd be on if they do it themselves, that's fine. But if they do it from like an arena, I wouldn't really count that. Like their own
What page you on
700.
now?
I am currently on page 151. I am close to Aether and the One Law, Crystals, and the Dark Truth. Oh boy, oh boy. It's- Oh, apparently though, I got I got a city level statement for Bahamut with the crystal.
There was also a city level statement for Leviathan.
Well, no. The reason I'm saying that is because according to Logos, Bahamut with the crystal while fighting Ifrit Risen was just gonna lay waste to the town. So that means that giant ass beam you block at the start of the fight is only gonna like eviscerate the town and at best leave like a crater where the town was.
That sounds bullshit. Wait, can you send me that statement?
Yeah, hang on. Let me
Oh,
pop.
okay. I made it either in one law. That's the part I was most interested in.
What's in the Ifrit Risen section, I believe. No, that's the Phoenix.
There's an Ifrit Risen section.
No, sorry. Ifrit section, but in the Ifrit Risen section of Ifrit section.
Does that section talk about anything interesting? No.
Not really anything of value, but I mean, you can go and take a look. It's not long. There we go. Yeah, at the very bottom, it says, when Bahamut threatened to lay waste to the city, it was in this moment that the world saw the icon's true form, Ifrit Risen. And it specifically references the form being seen throughout, like, in the skies. And that would have to be, like, at the start of the boss battle then.
Oh, this is some interesting stuff on Aether.
I hope it actually explains how fucking Aether works. We also see 5DT, null status ailments too. Okay. I really should fucking try and play fucking Peak of Combat.
Hold on. Okay. Go to page 152. I'm going to read this to you. In the beginning, it was not dark, yet there was no light. It was not silent, yet there was no sound. There was no death, yet there was no life. There was nothing, and in nothing, chaos reigned. This the creator could not brook, so made 8 elements to fill the void and to banish chaos. Earth to
Where's...
give
Oh, okay, Aether and the One
page
Law. Okay,
152.
thank you.
I do
Okay.
wonder if this is like a religious text or something, but like earth to give it the world's substance, wind to give it motion, water to quench the world's thirst, thunder to rouse it from its slumber, fire to heat its days, ice to cool its nights, light to bring life, darkness to bring decay. 8 elements, no more, no less. And through this, the one law would chaos be bound, and order be brought where there was none. But it is in its nature of chaos to disrupt. It would not suffer its bonds. It would seek to break free, to usurp the law, and to tear down what the creator had willed into being. And lo, the creator did make 8. Yeah, it's a religious text. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it would be a religious text because we know, thanks to the Ultimania guide, that Ultima's people were born on the planet at one point. So they would not predate the planet. But let me see what this says up here about Aether and the One Law. Our world will not be what it is without Aether. It flows everywhere. It flows ever around us and through us and forms the foundation of all that we see. It can be divided into elemental aspected building blocks, of which there are 8. The presence and absence of each of these determines the nature of all of existence. This immutable fact is known commonly as the One Law and forms the pillar of modern religion and science. All right.
The next page is kind of interesting. The uses of crystals. I don't think that's ever brought up. There's a whole chart on the bottom.
Oh, finally. Hang on. Aether after death. Let me see this. Scientifically, we know that Aether be the life energy of an object. When that Aether diminishes, an object will die. When it is completely gone, the object will cease to exist, simply fading from existence. However, just... What? Interesting. That's an interesting way to phrase that. However, just loss of Aether will result in death. A sudden death can cause the release of Aether that has contained within the victim a greater amount of Aether than in a being, and the more prominent this influence, in extreme cases, the influence is visible naked eye. Residual Aether, described as the Aether that, having failed to dissipate, has instead manifested into a solid form, not unlike crystals. Okay. All right. Well, we'll save this section for now.
That's like, why is that not in the game?
Let's see this. The crystals.
As weapons.
What, do they just chuck fucking crystals at people? Oh
I mean,
man,
it's the
that
next
might
page.
that might. Oh yeah, I see crystals as weapons. I just see them chucking a fucking crystal and a. Is that a gun? Looks like a gun. Let me see this. The ultimate weapon also has the same description for its description from the Ultimate Blade. It's a play on the Bible. Yeah. Whether through gradual or sudden loss, either released from its previous owner is believed to return to the land that might be reformed into something new. The mother crystals, however, disrupt this natural flow, siphoning and storing ambient aether intended for recreation. The crystal created when aether is redirected in this manner can be used as a channel for localized instances of matter and energy endearment, a not commonly known as magic. Right. All right.
Low key, I wish this book had been out when the G1 blog came out because it would have been like one thing I kind of want to eventually have for blogs is like citations, like kind of like a parenthesis slash like from this page, maybe like a works
Yes.
cited, something like that. It would have been
Yes.
cool to works cite this thing, but, like the Aether stuff, for example, right?
Yeah.
Kind of wish this book had come out, you know, like months ago.
This book
Honestly,
should not have come out when it did. It should have come out way earlier because I think it's been 2 years since 16, if I'm not mistaken.
something like that.
Carry on.
Um, I imagine that like the time frame statement would have been something interesting. I really wish could have approached time frames differently, but like granted, that statement instead of the whole 10 minutes versus the 6 minutes from the TV show, probably would have changed how that would have been. It would probably been something like Dante can stay in an unspecified but probably long amount of time in form, maybe a day or more if gauging off of the Urizen fight in the novel, versus Clive initially struggles to stay in form for a long time, hypothetically, could stay in a longer, in quote unquote indefinite time, as a perfect vessel. Obviously, with restrictions, limitations like loss of stamina or too much damage would undo that. Sorry, I shouldn't
That
be
that
talking
is
about too much.
true. I could imagine those statements changing, but I'm just more confused as to why the fuck the dark crystal only promotes rapid fermentation in ales and cheese.
Oh, rapid fermentation in ales and cheese.
Is that really the best the dark crystal can fucking do, bro?
I mean, it's supposed to be decay, right?
I guess you could. Yeah, I guess you could argue that for decay, because fermentation is the breakdown of like the fucking material, like the fucking like fruits and shit. That's interesting then. So could you argue Odin like has like decay powers then? We just don't see them very. I mean,
I mean,
wouldn't be
isn't
all.
he stated to have like an aura of decay, or am I misremembering?
You don't remember? Let me see here. Crystals as weapons. Crystals are used in warfare, but the practicality is far less common than one might think. I really hope this is just a fucking giant crystal they're chucking at people.
That'd be cool.
Oh, sort of ordnance, however, their users quickly drain a shard, prove costly. I was hoping Logos would have provided a little more conclusive evidence on certain positions. Because fuck me, like that's what I was kind of worried about when I found out that Logos was written from the perspective of a character in the game. Because I was kind of worried, like, well, fuck. That probably means they're not going to talk about the final battle all that much because they weren't there to witness it.
Yeah. I just am disappointed that there's not much reference to the DLC.
Yeah, you only get the Leviathan section and that's it, which I mean, I guess is cool. Oh, and then like I guess resistance to aether poisoning, so that's or mining aether poisoning. All right, let's see what the dark truth says. Let's see what that says. Because I think at this point, I think we're done with like any potential. Oh, hang on.
I mean, we never know. There could be stuff and unexpected stuff.
Well, like I mean, like I'll read through all of it to make sure like I get all of it for sure. But like, because at this point, it's the our home section. So I'm trying to see if
And
there's any like section that just like sticks out to me of like there's gotta be some scaling here somewhere. And to be fair, this is all cool shit to have. We'll actually look at the Holy Capital of Oriflame. That might be here be dragons. The Veil?
oh wait, hold on. Can I counter something really quick? I guess that's odd that I say counter. So you know how you said it was destroyed the city?
Yeah.
The sentence right after that though, it was in this moment that the world saw the icon's true form, Ifrit risen. Isn't that referring to when Ifrit risen is born, not really like the Zeta flare? So like it doesn't have to mean that the Zeta flare is referring to destroying the city.
So remember, Zeta Flare is not the initial attack that gets fired off by Bahamut. The first one that Bahamut fires is Mega Flare when amped by the crystal. Zeta Flare comes later. I believe Mega Flare is the one that has the statement. Let me double check real quickly.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Zeta flare.
Well, okay, so I got the fight. I'm so glad I did not cancel out the tab. I have the fight right here. Let's see. And there's a commercial because I still haven't paid for fucking YouTube Premium yet. I really should just fucking bite the bullet. All right, let's see here. Okay, so here they are.
Okay, so I made it to the Dark Truth page. Let's read this. While you're looking at that, I can kind of narrate.
You're good.
As the realm's final mother crystals begin to fall, blah blah blah. Oh, these dark crystals are the ones that are like synthetic, right?
Yes.
There's nothing really too interesting with that. Oh, the Dark Truth. Okay. His his study of a manner in which a shard of crystals draw ambient aether from the air when used to conjure magic, together with the drought of aether spread across the realm, brought him to a grim conclusion. The mother crystals were the cause of the blight, and that they must be destroyed before the entire. You know, why does it say earlier in the book that like the blight came earlier than expected to the ultimate expected when he's kind of the guy who's responsible for it coming back, making
Not exactly. If you go based on the Ultimania guide, okay, so you were right though that at the very least, he does not say the line in reference to the Mega Flare, but the Mega Flare is what starts the fight. So when they fly up, it's Mega Flare. But hang on, where does? Here we go. I think this is where we get the Zeta Flare.
Oh wait, no, you're right. Right here. Spread. The spread of the blight is not solely the mother crystals, but mankind's doing too. Every spell cast drawing aether from the air, and in turn the earth. Thus did the dead lands first appear in the corners of the realm when magic was most used liberally, and spread even quickly as the nations sent their bearers, sorcerers, and icons into battle claim what little of the crystal's blessings remained.
Yes. So the way it works is Ultima's plan was not going to cause the blight to happen. It specifically stated in the Ultimania timeline that the Aether required for Rays would not have caused the blight to happen. Mankind, acting on their own, drained what was left.
Okay, so when you get to those pages, the Dark Truth, the page right after talks about Akashic. Not Odin specifically, but like
Yeah,
more
nice.
details on Akashic. Oh,
And
there's a map of Alethea.
Yeah, I'll look at the statement. I'll reference the statement later. I kind of want to get to that Akashic section, dust crystals, DLC only, but that's cool. Here we go.
They talk
Oh,
about that,
Deadlands.
but
Let's go.
they won't bring up Omega. Meesh.
It is rather annoying that like the Timekeeper has no section, neither does Omega. It's kind of silly there. So all I'm hearing is that FF16 is just a bunch of Dark Nihilist victims. That's all I'm hearing personally from all this. That's all I'm hearing.
I mean, there's all this juicy lore that should be playable or at least viewable.
Yeah, this just goes to show that the game needed a little more time to cook in the oven for sure. Let's see, spread.
Okay, so everything else is like world building.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So like once we're done with the Dark Truth here, I can sort of give some final thoughts. Here, Aether Floods. Let's go.
Was there anything noteworthy in Ifrit's section?
Besides what I told, no, besides the Ultimate Risen stuff, not really. Because he actually has better statements in the game. What I missed? Nothing much, Jay. Okay, so then yeah, when Ultima cast Primogenesis, he basically just flooded the land in Aether. I kind of already knew that, but it's nice to have just a direct statement. So that means Primogenesis is not inherently mind manipulation on its own. Just a statement for why Ultima needs a body to cast Rays. Because he has powers in his base forms.
I think it might just be a restriction of the raise spell itself. I know
Yeah.
raise, like I said, could be technically anything because like reality warping and whatnot, but like it is supposed to do kind of one thing that FF16 establishes as a law of the universe in which the dead can not come back. So it's kind of like I get it. It's kind of like violating one of the core principles of life in 16. That's why I've always considered. I do understand that like raise in itself is very much a hard cap against the cosmic interpretation, but I've always held kind of too that like the ridiculous amount of Aether is not just for countering the blight, rebuilding the world as Ultima sees fit, but it's also for the revival component, which is something that should take a lot of power to deal with since it's like violating one of the core like principles of FF16 setting.
Yeah, but then at that point you get into like question of like, well, then this isn't like that's a fair position to assert, and like that's not like a bad interpretation, but like you can't make a reasonable position for how much Aether is needed for that versus the planet. Because Ultima wasn't solving the blight without Rays, which would at least imply that he needed it to go hand in hand, which means that fixing the planet had to take a decent chunk of Aether to do. Otherwise, he would just restore the planet's Aether and just keep like redoing the cycle. But he had to leave his plant or his land specifically because they couldn't stop it. So maybe it's like one of those like all-in-one things.
Curse you, FF16, for not giving me the statements that like FF7 has for its planet, because that's some FF7's planet stuff is really crazy. Its planet is like a multiverse in itself.
Yeah, no,
Or
I
hypothetical.
remember you mentioned that one. I think that was more confirmed in the remakes.
Sort of like the bare bones for that actually comes from a concept book that even predates FF7's original release. Funny enough, they kind of just started piggybacking off of that as of recent. There's a good chance that the third game kills everything or enhances everything. We'll see. It's still in development. It's probably not going to be out for at least another 3 or 4 years.
Well, wait,
Mhm.
really? I thought it was already close to coming out.
I mean, they say that, but like,
Hang on. I kind of want to see the continent actually. Here we go. Sail several thousand leagues due south from the mountain strait of Altair. You arrive at a landmass known as the continent. Both residents and outsiders like one. Might as well ask why no one's ever endeavored to provide a proper name. As believed that the original settlers, many of them exiled from Altair, refused to coin one. Uh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This might be a value. I estimate the continent could be as much as 30 times the size of Alastia.
wait, what? What page is this?
365 for the continent.
Okay. I'm gonna have to deal with my shitty internet to get that page. So.
The continent is where Ultima's people come from.
I mean, we know that, like, actually, no, that would have no relevancy here. I was gonna say there's the stuff in the Ultimania that, like, establishes that Origin is freaking huge. Like,
Yes.
Origin is supposed to be, what, like 60 kilometers or some crap? I can't remember. Like,
Well,
in game, they couldn't model it that way. It's just, it's kind
I
of
was
like a
going to
restriction.
ask you this question because obviously you guys had your arguments back and forth, but like, did the argument ever come up that the planet of Valistia is on is bigger than Earth, or no?
No, that never came up. I mean,
Because I'm
that's
fairly confident it's bigger.
it might be. Honestly, if you want to argue that, though, you might want to use this book. Origin being big is probably not good enough support in the sense that, like, the game they specifically mention in the Ultimania they kind of failed to restriction, like, not gameplay restrictions, software restrictions. They just could not model Origin as big as they want, but they do reaffirm multiple times in the book it's supposed to be several kilometers tall. I wouldn't use Origin to scale the planet size. I would use, like, if it's like actually if there's like verifiable evidence for like the continent size that would support it. Wait, you said you were on page 365?
Yes, page 365 of the actual book says a land with no end. Click on the continent if you want, then go to a land with no end.
I have to wait for my stupid Kindle to load. Like I said, I have really shitty Wi-Fi.
You're good.
I have a project to do right after this, so I'll finish that in a moment.
Okay, so that's interesting then. So the land is so derived of magic in the continent that fucking even if you're not in the Deadlands, you can't use any form of magic whatsoever. Like the reason Sid became Ramu is because he came to Valistia and awakened as Ramu in Valistia. Interesting.
Several leagues due south from the.
Scroll next page.
Wait, is the continent like where Ultima's from?
Yes. Because so the way it works, from what I understand, Ultima creates magic. Ultima and his people fuck up the continent. Origin is stated to be an airship, not a spaceship. So they flew across the ocean to find Valistia. But this might mean there's more continents besides Valistia, because it implies Ultima kept looking for an Aether-rich land, which would really
that's
just
kind of like what also harms cosmic views.
Oh yeah, the fact that Ultima is not from like a different planet kind of irks me because like why not? Why not just make him an alien? Why does he have to be from the planet? What, we didn't
Yeah,
want
well,
to
I think
copy
it'd
Final
been
Fantasy
cool if he
7 too
was
hard?
like. I think it would have been cool if he was like from a planet that had no like Aether left.
Because this also, and because I've been talking to Unoriginal and I gotta get back to him on this one. The interdimensional rift makes less sense the more I argued about it being against it being a mindscape. Because how can they use magic in the interdimensional rift?
What do you mean?
The interdimensional rift exists outside of space and time, which means there's no connection to the planet there. But Aether, the source of magic, comes from the planet's life energy. Can they use magic in the interdimensional rift when they physically go there? Because there should be no life energy there. Because if there is, why didn't Ultima just fucking use it for his plan?
Well, I don't know. If you check I can't remember. It was one of the earlier pages of the book. It's like a little excerpt where it has Clive talk about the interdimensional rift when he and Joshua went. He said it was like sunless.
Well, Joshua talks about it, but remember, The book also states it's beyond space and time. And I think Clive also references this later on in the quick section. So planets shouldn't be affecting it at all. Now, granted, in the Archstone, they can still use magic, even in that dreamscape or mindscape of the Archstone. That's why, like, it has to. I don't know. The interventional rift fucking sucks. I really wish we had gotten an actual answer here.
But let's follow this logic to its extreme.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be a mental realm also kind of be weird? In the no, not just like in the sense of being able to use magic there too.
So this is where I had to look into the Archstones, because the Archstones are like dreamlike states that replicate Clive's abilities, but they're also simulations. Like if you've actually checked like the menu when you're doing the Archstone, right? How like in order to restart the like combat experience, it says restart simulation.
Yeah.
So it's like I was just under the impression they were like some advanced form of technology that creates like I really wish the ancient dimensional rift had been answered here. But no, yeah, because I understand why people have issues with like my mindscape position, because they physically go in there and Ultima demonstrates powers and Clive demonstrates powers that they can do on the outside. So there should be some bearing in the scaling there. I understand that, and I don't hate that position either. But it just doesn't it just doesn't work. Because it doesn't make sense at that point. I am now convinced, since they did not confirm it, I am now convinced that the interdimensional rift is what caused the blight to enter on the planet. Because Ultima created it. Oh, and also, we don't know if one Ultima created it or if it was the entire species, because they're a hive mind. So for all we know, it could have been thousands of Ultimas created the interdimensional rift, but that's not the point I'm getting at. Fuck, Logos! You had one jump.
I mean, it still gave a lot of interesting lore, like
Oh
like
no,
the
like for sure.
Annabelle.
Like this is the best thing. Like as a Final Fantasy fan, ignoring the power scaling for a minute, as a Final Fantasy fan, this is a massively good addition to 16. Like this actually makes 16 like a genuinely better experience.
It's a good piece for lore. It's not good for power scaling.
Yep. And you know that's just
Which oh no, you can say that the same of the game.
it comes
Well,
comes with the
actually,
territory.
actually, no. I would say that that statement is not fully true for the game because lore-wise, the game doesn't explore set lore. So, in a way, the book is a necessary companion piece.
Oh, also, so I read through it. Unfortunately, it does not mention this, but so fun fact for all you people who don't get told this: Ultimalius is technically the king of Ultima's people. The Ultimania guide confirms he is their king. That's why they all turn into him. That's why Typhoon looks like him, because he's the king they try to emulate becoming again. I don't think Omega has a single section dedicated to himself or the false mother. Wait, the false mother crystal. Is that in the Our World section? Maybe
Maybe check real quick.
the Sage. It's in the Sage Spire, right? Or no? Hang on.
You have better access than I do.
That's true. Do you remember what the place was called?
Uh, shit. In no, it wasn't Rising Tide. It was Echoes of the Fallen.
Yes.
Uh, something Tower.
Okay, no, I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay, yeah. So it is the Sage Spire. Oh, okay. Hey, we got an Omega section.
Wait, where?
It's in the Sage Spire area. Let's go.
What page? What page?
Page 199 has the Omega part, but I'm gonna read all of this. Let's go.
Okay, this is a rare Zim W.
All I do is have W's, bro. Get out of here.
Maybe once in a blue moon.
Please. Still though, well, I'll make a video talking about logos, but I kind of wish we would have had definitive answer. I think at this point, I think I have a position for 16. Unfortunately, I'm still going to cap it close to planet level for most of the characters, but I do think there's a very high end argument I'm going to have to mull over a little bit. Hang on. Zib, where's that Signalis skill? You know, thanks for asking. Let's see. Frozen in time. Okay, let's get to living. I do appreciate the flesh. The living flesh section was pretty cool. Like I did like the design they went with for the Fallen's like creatures and stuff.
I wish Kindle would just let me pick a page. I'm not. Ugh.
Nah, it's one thing I would say about Kindle. Pages. Sigma. He's a Sigma.
Wait, what is Mega Man X doing in here? There's a whole section on the fauna of Rosario. This book is like a person who's wanting the lore's wet dream.
No, like for world building, it's amazing. Just not all of it. Yeah, okay. I think it's only one new sentence for Ultima, or for Omega anyway. But let me there. Hold on. X script from Clive. Let's go. I have never seen anything like it. Jill, Joshua, and I barely survived an artificial icon created by the Fallen. It absorbed the very heart of the Sage Spire right before our eyes. A weapon designed to kill a god. I dread to think what power Ultima possesses if this thing fell short of besting him. It was faster, stronger, and more durable than anything I have ever faced. Oh, let's go.
Oh no, the sentence right after. No, not that one. Oh,
When I thought we
fuck.
were finally done, it began to compress the very space around us. There was barely room to breathe, let alone swing a sword, but somehow we emerged victorious, and with that I prayed our doors to crystal flying, and no. Oh. What? All right, so hang on. Okay. So now that we got Clive's own personal fuck. I might have to go back through and look at every time he fought somebody and see if there's new statements here. Okay. So, right off the bat, I need every dumbass 16 scaler who argued Omega was below icons like Garuda to shut the fuck up. Actual fucking troglodytes.
Wait. Hold on. Would this not mean that base Clive got like immensely stronger?
Well, so my personal position, because I know you watched my video, but I know you might not agree with it. My personal position is the difference between an icon and its dominant form is more so the amount of Aether they can use, not really an AP difference. Does that make sense? But
Yeah, but like what I'm getting at is that if Omega was the strongest entity they had fought so far, this includes Jill, Torgal, and Joshua, and we know that at least cinematic wise, Clive and Joshua likely did not prime. And I would also have a narrative argument for it because in the fight with Leviathan and the next DLC, Clive literally tells everyone skedaddle, I'm gonna prime. So it's like priming is kind of like a threat to Jill or Torgal, it seems to be. Or maybe. Not a threat. I should rephrase. More like Clive probably wants to keep like damage to the area minimal.
yes.
The implication is that they're falling in base, right? So
Yes,
it's like, would
they
that
fall
not
on base.
imply that Jill and Torgal have to get stronger?
Possible. This
Or
is
maybe it's an
weird.
outlier.
Because I
You
was
can maybe argue it's an outlier for Jill or Torgal.
well, because Jill gets weaker as a result of losing her icon, but Joshua, Jill, I was not expecting a statement that Omega was the strongest thing he had fought, though. Oh no, because it's also faster. So it'd be faster
Wait, my
than
really
light.
would you say this kills the universal argument or no? So the way it's phrased.
It began to compress the very space around us. I personally think it does because that means that at bare minimum, the compression was only affecting the area around them, which would mean the dimension they were in. That's gonna be how I take it. I think this would kill Universal. But the Omega upscale is real. Faster, stronger, and more durable. So, does he? How does Omega die again? Hang on. Fuck.
Omega just shuts down after too much damage, and then the mega the artificial mother crystal in Omega is like then released, and then Clive destroys it.
No, in that dimension they were in. Yeah, no, it would be the space around them, so it'd be the dimension they were in, because that's the thing that's around them. Hang on, because I was gonna say, so does Omega's body not break then? No, it doesn't. I think it just leaves. Yeah, it's still there. Damn it! I was kind of hoping to
It's
get.
damaged beyond repair. I would argue the body's damaged beyond repair at that point, even if it's
Well,
not
okay,
like.
so this is the problem because you know the little robots that you fight throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
It specifically stated that Clive cannot destroy them. The way they die is Clive hits them so hard, their like internal plates fall apart and they just fall to pieces. That's how they die in lore. You beat them until they just break apart. I knew from the very fucking beginning that this statement alone makes the money I spent worth it. Nothing else. Omega upscale. I am so fucking tired of fucking scalers being like, the artificial mother crystal isn't comparable to a real crystal. Shut the fuck up. Bahamut, suck a dick. Well, I mean, he would enjoy that, but let's fucking go.
Oh, you're right. I didn't realize that implication. Oh, oh, you're right. This would really harm upscaling chains. Um, it harms upscaling chains, but it also potentially means that their bases got really much
Again,
stronger.
again.
It's
So
so
I've been saying that the
I know, I
base
know, I know, I
form
know
is
your stance.
comparable.
I know your stance, but still, like, even with that stance, it's still weird because it's like Jill and Torgal. To me, it would be like the only way for this to
Joshua.
work would be it's like an
Joshua.
outlier for them.
No. It's Jill and Joshua fight Omega, not Torgal. Jill and Joshua. You keep saying Torgal.
No, Torgal's part of the party.
No. It's Torgal. It's Joshua and Jill. Is Torgal there? Hang on.
Yes, Torgal's your fourth party member.
Did I just not do
I
the
think
quest to get Torgal? Shit, no, you're right. He's there. I completely
yeah, Torgal is weird because like Torgal does help live against Barnabas, so Torgal's not exactly fodder per se, but it's
Oh,
still kind of weird that like if Omega is the strongest, that Jill and Torgal are swapping hands with it.
it did confirm that Fenrir uses the Aether that other people impart on him. So he's not an actual icon. It's more of like a pseudo, I'm using my friend's powers. Which is weird. Oh, okay, hold on now a minute. Hold on now a minute. Let's go to Phoenix Gate. Does Phoenix Gate have anything? Oh, mm, I am gonna have to read through this. It talks about the fights.
Wait, where?
Well, so I'm going to Phoenix Gate, and it does mention that the ground is still riddled with fissures and tears from the battles between the Icons of Fire.
Is there one for like? Fuck. Is there? Where would we find more about the Bahamut fight?
Where did he fight? It wasn't in the Holy Empire. Where did he fight him
Wasn't
specifically?
he Great Fire?
No, no, it's the Holy Capital of War of Flame. Let me see. Let me see. Hang on.
How dare they high power scaling in world building?
Well, let's see.
Because this is making me delay my own project. Damn it! All right, I'm gonna have to take like 10 minutes tops. 10 minutes tops. I'll dip. I have to finish something that unfortunately was requiring a lot of work.
That's fine. I mean, this will always be around.
I know, but it's like you're making me find stuff that I would struggle to find because of my stupid internet connection, which I appreciate.
Hang on. Fall of Sambrick. Uh, the Drake. Well, there's a bestiary in Here Be Dragons at least, but no, I don't think it talks too much about the. It doesn't talk about the fight between them all that much. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. That's fucking. No, that's his boyfriend. Oh, why the fuck is he here?
Because he lives there.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, like, well, okay, so is this also fucking people? Yeah, it is because there's the whorehouse. Okay,
Oh
fuck.
my god.
I'm gonna have to fucking. So FF16 Omega is a fraud basically. Okay, so this gets really weird because I was always under the impression that Omega was an icon level threat, and so he would be comparable to fighting an icon. The fact that Clive gives a statement that he's stronger, faster, and more durable completely kills icon scaling so fucking hard.
I mean,
Oh,
It is stated that Ultima or the what are they called? What it's supposed to be. They were meant to be able to like created by the Fallen to kind of like compete with Ultima. Like obviously Ultima like screwed them over pretty bad. The Fallen, I mean. But
yeah.
it's like Omega is supposed to be something that was supposed to. Obviously, it's not one to one with. Wait a minute. If Omega is the strongest, the Omega fight takes place after Joshua and Clive fight Ultima's first fight inside of the interdimensional rift. So yeah, no, it is Ultima tier.
Oh, yeah, because they fight his corpse and
You can't play Echoes of the Fallen until you
yeah.
complete that quest.
Okay, so then
Would
okay,
this
so
not
that means
upscale Leviathan?
That means Ultima's corpse in the interdimensional rift has to be comparable to the other icon. Oh, it's an Iron Giant.
Would this not upscale Leviathan?
No, so Leviathan's DLC happens after Order of the Fallen, right?
Yeah, it happens after the Omega fight.
Yeah, I guess it. Well, no, because Leviathan has no statements, but that would just mean Leviathan's comparable to.
Well, the argument
Oh,
I would have would be more of an inferred one in the fact that Clive has to, prime. He's not trying to kill Leviathan, sure, but like he still has to prime. He can't really, pull off what he
but
did in
so
his
this
face.
this raises a question then. Is the priming necessary to fight Leviathan because of power or because Leviathan is such a mobile big creature moving as if it is more suitable for that fight?
That's a good question. I'd have to look into it.
Oh yeah, and also yeah, the fallen materials is constantly stated to be indestructible, so that's pretty good, I guess.
If I can't find a better source for, if I can't find a better source for, what's it called? Um, like getting this to be able to read it, since I don't have your, like I'm struggling with my internet right now. I don't want to buy a physical copy. It's like $40 though.
I know. I'm aware. Can't you just download it on like can't you just leave it downloading like onto your device or do you not have the space for it?
Wait. Uh. Yeah, I could probably download. Wait, you can download it Drake off of mobile, right?
Well, I'm fairly confident you can download a version so you can watch it without the internet, unless they got rid of that. It's been a while since I've used this. Well, it does talk a lot about fucking the characters in the world, at least. Oh, hang on.
Ye-
Hold on. It looks like there's more information about the crater. Hold on.
The crater? Oh, that Ultima makes?
Yeah.
I mean, the crater, hypothetically, we don't know too much about it. If more is revealed, it could also harm a cosmic interpretation in the sense that, like, Omega is not the only one of its kind, of those kind of mechs, I'll call them. That's not what they are, but I'm going to cheat and just say they're mechs.
Yeah.
If any of them got folded in the crater explosion, then, like, yeah, they're blatantly not cosmic.
Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Omega is the strongest of them all. So this once the battle happened, their technology was gone. So Omega can't have been made after the events of that battle. So this means that Omega being the peak of their weaponry, we would still assume the rest would be somewhat comparable because we have no statement saying how much stronger he would be.
Well, keep in mind the Omega you fight is technically amped. It's housing the artificial crystal. Like, not saying that, like, obviously, like, in a fight you would still consider that, right? So I'm like,
Oh, it starts the fight without using the power of the crystal though, because
yeah, and then it gets it later.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So you would consider at least a beginning like star of the fight. It's still comparable to the icons that they've already fought in. I'm so glad Omega has upscaling. I'm so glad. I fucking hated when fucking 16 scalers were like Omega's weaker than icons, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
Okay, admittedly, that was because of Japanese text, but or something like a combination of the text. I will concede Omega is like really high on the scaling chain. I'm not sure. I'm still tempted to say some stuff in the Leviathan DLC might be stronger, or at
Well,
least comparable.
you could argue Leviathan would be comparable or stronger, but that's based on how you want to take Clive being tired after the fight. But that could just be because of priming.
Well, it depends. Do you take the logo statement you read earlier in the book to imply that Clive gets stronger when he gets more icons, or no?
Yes, I do have to concede that Clive should be getting somewhat stronger, but the issue is that it can't be by all that much. Which, again, I feel like this kind of fucks with the lore. But like, it can't be by all that much. Every other fucking icon is still able to throw hands with him to an extended period of time.
The one that comes to mind is that he still technically gets part of Leviathan's power like early in the DLC before he fights Leviathan himself.
That is
Um,
true.
and then the other one that comes to mind would be Shadow Within. We can't really gauge any of the fights in the Kairos Gate except maybe Shadow Within, since it's, well, Ultima is using it as a final attempt to empty out his vessel before he has to dirty his own hands. But anyways, the reason I would bring up Shadow Within is that that's after Ultima gifts Clive with some of his powers.
Oh, so then, are you of the position that Clive in canon would have Ultima's form or no? Like the Ultima form you get in the game?
Yeah, it's a canon cutscene.
Well, because you can't get the cutscene until you beat the game.
Well, no, you don't need to beat the whole game. You just need to beat
No, you
a
do.
good chunk of the
No,
DLC to get the
no, no,
Ultima
no,
power.
no. Because so I beat the DLCs and I didn't get Ultima's power. You have to beat the game, reload your save after beating it, and then the cutscene becomes available.
It does? I thought the I can double check that in a bit. I'm gonna be dipping in like 4 minutes. And then I'll start like finishing my project, and then we could probably talk later. I'll let you keep reading. I could have sworn it's just all you have to do is beat a good chunk of the DLC to get the cutscene.
That's what I thought too. That's why I got annoyed I had to beat the game in order to fucking do it.
Well, I'd still consider it canon.
Well,
It's
I mean, I'm like,
there.
that's
I
fine.
mean,
Like, I'm not gonna.
the only thing against it would be that they were kind of. I don't want to call them lazy, but I will not changing the final boss fight to have like a section for it. But at the same time, like I wouldn't use it also to discount canon because like Leviathan also doesn't come up in the final boss fight, even though he canonically has it by that point in time.
Yes.
I don't want to call them lazy. I understand that programming like stuff into a fight after it's released takes time and whatnot, but it's like that should have been in there. Come on, like expand the Ultima boss fight to include all the Leviathan and
Honestly,
like
it would have been
and
so
Ultima.
it would have been so cool if during the Ultima fight, for whatever reason, he just had water powers. Like he creates like a water area for you to fight in. Like it would have been cool if he actually had water powers to signify Leviathan's powers. Because you know about Leviathan in the base game, you just never fucking like see him.
I mean, in the Ultimania, they do talk that like when they were starting the talks for the final fight, they were gonna have like all the icons like show up physically. Um,
Uh,
but they felt it was too similar-ish to Knights of the Round, and also like software limitations.
Also, completely off topic of this part in particular, but it is confirmed that Garuda would be a threat to any of the other icons as well. So that means you cannot argue that Garuda is like weaker than the other icons. She would be comparable
I
again.
saw that. Granted, is that referring to her sane or insane? So the reason I bring this up is that the Garuda you fight is a Garuda that's kind of gone kind of batshit insane after what's why am I forgetting the name of her host? What's her name again?
Benedicta.
Benedicta. After Benedicta goes through that very traumatic moment, um, and definitely not in a stable state of mind. As you said, it kind of does comes down to how much aether they're channeling too, right? So couldn't you argue that that the Garuda that Clive had to fight wasn't like wasn't at the full potential it could is what I'm getting at.
The statement itself doesn't directly reference like her state of mind mattering. It's just like the power the icon itself has. But it does say then Clive faced her. So I mean, you could take it as like her highest. 'Cause I don't know because is it ever confirmed she's stronger as like insane? Because they didn't mention her being stronger insane versus like not insane. We never see her fight otherwise.
Looking at training doesn't make her necessarily any weaker. What I'm getting at is the her proficiency as a fighter.
Yes. Well, I mean, it specifically references her powers, but I would assume her not insane would be like a better fighter than her insane personally. Oh, hang on. Behemoth? Behemoth? Do I got meteor
Oh,
scaling?
Behemoth is one I would like something on. What does it
Um,
say about good old Behemoth? Behemoth, Behemoth is also kind of in a something that kind of harms Cosmic because like
the
Behemoth's
meteor.
best feat is bringing down a small meteor and then like I mean Clive and Joshua beat it. Clive was gonna prime to deal with it, but Joshua talks him out of it, which I still don't understand. But
That's
let's
because
see, what
again,
does it
like
say?
Clive priming does tire him out, so like Joshua needs him like in peak condition to carry his. The Behemoth
What
is a
happened?
horror in the truest possible sense. Run from even the rumor of one. If you cannot run, find shelter. If neither is possible, dig a hole and climb into it. If the earth is frozen, then lie as if dead and do not breathe until the creature is gone. Granted, one might suffocate, but is it not better to die of asphyxiation than to be gored by its cruel horns or crushed by the burning rocks it summons from the sky? So the meteor is a common occurrence. Then apparently they all know it can fucking do it.
What does it say down below about Behemoth shackles?
While it certainly has not stopped kings and emperors throughout history from trying, every attempt to tame a behemoth has ended in tragic failure, or rather, it had until the kingdom of Waloed discovered a means to influence the beast's primitive mind by means of an enchanted shackle that presumably works in a similar manner to crystal feathers, but without impeding ethereal channeling. I really wish someone fought
So,
with those fucking shackles.
so the one you fight is controlled by the kingdom of Waloed, and this after you kill its king.
Maybe it's like an auto command thing. Like they just say guard it, and it just stays guarding for like the rest of its life.
Oh, that's possible.
Well, at least there is information here. It's actually worth discussing. Um, the end of infinity. What the fuck? Reverie.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, True Origins? Hold on. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Wait, what origins?
It says True Origins. Okay, so talk about Ultima. To allow them to examine the flow of Aether from the land from its heights and thereby determine optimal placement for the mother crystals. All right. Uh, the Reverie is 1,499 floors high. That's a big tower. Yeah, no. So I'm gonna have to scroll through this and see if there's anything here of value. What about Leviathan? Oh, yeah, the behemoth that fucking Clive and Joshua that fought Clive and Joshua still shining primed. Yeah, so maybe it'll just be at the top at the current moment. Huh. Again, like this is cool information for world building, but like I'll have to come back and read this later when I'm actually trying to go through like the actual lore. I'm trying to find any scaling information. Great pictures though. I really like the pictures. Oh, it's Surge. All right. Glamour? The glamour conjure much of water that consumes the appears to lack the potency of the of the forbidden summoned by Barnabas, prevent Clive's incursion to do scene. Oh, okay. So I guess you could argue that some of the other icons could have actually had the ability to create those illusions. All right, interesting. Oh, the Witch of the North. Hold on a minute. The Witch of the North. Let's see. Is there any skill in here?
Witch of the North? Oh, are you referring to the one who did the time stop?
Oh, I thought it was her. Yeah, no. So apparently the same icon user who beat the Phoenix for Shiva, the one that was like turned into like fucking near like stone and was left to die, is the same one that created the time magic for them. Oh, so she lived a lot longer after that fight.
She was built different.
Yeah, clearly. Jill, take notes.
I was gonna say this kind of makes Jill seem a little bit more fraudulent.
I think of all of the icon users, you could definitely make the argument Jill's the fraud among them. One of these
Maybe
people is not like the other.
Maybe Benedicta. I mean, she never primes of her own will in full. She
No, but
typically kind
we
of
know
uses
she
the
can
semi-prime.
though. We know she can
Yeah,
because they find her after like after she primed and rampaged the town.
Yeah, true. I'm curious who would win between Jill and Benedicta. Take them at their best, and just let them go ham. Who wins?
Personally, and this might be a hot take, I think Benedicta would take that.
Would
I
Jill
think
not
like
win in the sense that she eventually, I don't know how, managed to go to toe with Omega?
I mean, so are we talking like in base or are we talking in icon forms? Because I think in icon form, like, because this is where Jill scaling doesn't make sense. When Jill fights Omega, she's lost Shiva. So she should be weaker than any other point in the game.
Maybe this is one of those. Do you remember? I don't know if you were around for this. Peak of Combat had a recent, well, not a recent. It wasn't super recent. It was like maybe some months ago. The whole debacle of Hell Filth fights like Dante, but also like a DMC4 esque Nero. There was also freaking Trish there, and one other character. I'm trying to remember who it was. The point being, the argument was, do they all scale to Hellfilth, or was it Dante and Virgil carrying? Maybe you can make an argument here that it's probably Joshua and more so Clive carrying.
It's possible. But a quick update on that fight because they actually go into more detail. She was already ravaged by the Crystal's curse severely when she beat the Phoenix. Actually insane.
Okay, Witch of the North is OP. I'm starting to think that my argument, though, that maybe Clive Carey doesn't work. Well, okay, it's more of a gameplay thing. I'm thinking more of the AOE of the freaking Omega. AOE is insane. Like she would have to be. If you're arguing she doesn't, she would, like, let's say, one tap by Omega. You have to argue she's skillfully dodging every single one of its AOE attacks. And I know gameplay doesn't equal canon to someone, but it's at least like giving us a look at what the flying hell Omega does.
I would have to say that, like, she would have to be comparable in base for sure, since she only has base at that point. But now that Omega's at the top of the food chain confirmed, that fight makes no fucking sense. Well,
I think that, like, if we go with this, I don't know if you could save it if you go with the notion that Leviathan is stronger, but if you do that, it might tear apart all the icons scale to each other. Maybe not. Leviathan is weird in that it's like the lost icon, right? Like,
I mean, he's been
granted,
channeling Aether for a long time. You could just make the argument that Leviathan would be amped because of how, like, he was, disgusting. A fucking Tomberry. That's not a Tomberry, bro. Disgusting.
Get the Tomberry King out of here. That thing did not deserve to be a super boss.
Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. Am I actually? Oh, let's see. Temple and Shiva worship. Can I? There he is, the timekeeper, the goat.
Oh. You have to tell me what it says.
A spectral knight armed with a great sword of unmelting ice. Okay, so this completely debunks the earlier position that all ice has to melt. Who sought to bar the path of Clive and his companions when they dared to approach the Vare. It is believed that the shade bore the form of the Witch of the North's sworn protector through the mechanism of his manifestation, though the mechanism of his manifestation is not fully understood. Suffice it to say that his aether seems somehow to be commingled with that of Shiva, and that he fought with every fiber of his being to defend the witch's legacy, a noble guardian indeed. Though he was defeated at the last, should not be considered a cause for grief, for in striking him down, his vanquisher is released from his eternal vigil, and while he is thereafter from his eternal torment. Okay, not the worst.
Wait, one more time? Was there anything important there?
No. I wish not. I wish there was.
What was this about ice? What was...
Oh, unmelting ice. So his sword is unmelting ice.
It doesn't talk about the time stop. Oh.
Not at the moment. Nope. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see if there's any mention of a time stop, actually. Does it? Oh, okay, simultaneously halting time both in and around the temple. So unfortunately, it does not talk about his power over time, which is weird because that's like his main thing. The goat doesn't get any glaze because he doesn't need any glaze.
The weird thing is they say that his manifestation mechanism is unknown. Probably something then Jill can't do. Even more of a fraud.
Bro, usually the way this is supposed to work is that the characters in the games are supposed to be the strongest versions of the characters. Jill, why? No, we got some dialect language.
I will say, going through this with you is fun.
Yeah, like it's fun when there's actually shit to follow. Oh, the Liquid Flame. Hang on. Oh, that's kind of a clean fucking artwork for Liquid Flame, actually.
Give me that render. Someone rendered that out for me.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking goated. I'm not gonna lie. That's fucking clean. All right, let's see what it says.
Check the art book later if that's in there, like the first art book.
Ooh. Uh, Timekeeper exposed that battle amount. Zim, what's your higher end scaling? I'm looking for anything else, but at the current moment, I'd have to say the cap again. I really hate the interdimensional rift in the negating statements. The cap, I would have to say, is it have to be planet level because fuck, but that's like with a fuck ton of Aether. I
I mean,
really
there is the statement when it's in Omega's thing. It does bring up the thing that it can manipulate the geometry of our world. Obviously, like our world here probably doesn't mean like universe. I mean, it does say that like it is compressing the space around it, like from Clive's perspective. But like the geometry statement of the world seem. Would you be okay with the notion that that could affect the planet potentially?
so I wouldn't mind Omega being able to affect the planet with his ability, like hypothetically. But the issue is that that'd be more of a hacks ability and not like a raw AP one. That would be something unique to Omega because of how Omega's powers work. You know.
Granted, if I may,
Go for it.
doesn't Omega have to build up to the compression? If it was just hacks, couldn't it just do it? There seems to be some energy usage.
Well, yeah, but like, no, there's energy being used to power it, but the problem is that like no other character in the game would be able to control what needs to be controlled to cause that collapse to happen. So, the example I'll provide is this: if you were to tear down a building, obviously destroying a building, like breaking it down completely, takes a long time. But if you break a couple of the foundations holding that building up, it'll just collapse on its own. Omega's probably just breaking like the actual structures that hold it up because we don't know how it works. But to be fair, again, like the interpretation's kind of. Oh, hang on. Was it? Did they not explain what liquid flame actually is?
They're vague about it. Literally, look at the second paragraph right there. They're purposely vague about it.
I need some. This needs to be cut out as a render, and we can just call him vague posting. The man, vague man.
Oh, why would you do this? I can't disagree.
Imagine having the most fire render possible, only for it to be about fucking nothing. Oh, hang on, we got Clive. We got Clive statement. In the heart of the volcano, we fought an entity of incredible strength and adaptability that we have since come to refer to as the liquid flame. Had I faced it alone, I might easily have been defeated. Damn!
No,
Damn!
wait.
This
No.
fucking
Listen.
go!
Wait. Read the rest of it.
I might have easily been defeated, for no matter how hard I tried, the power of Ifrit once again. Okay, the power of Ifrit once again eluded me. Only Shiva's power saved me in the tide of molten rock that threatened to consume us as we fought. Jill saved my life again, but what an opponent! Every time I thought I'd begun to figure it out, it took on yet another form. One moment it was giant magma stomping and swiping, the next a flying creature of flame raining down destruction from above. I would never wish to face a foe like it again, and certainly not alone. Oh no!
Oh, that's actually not good.
Oh no!
That's okay. Granted, this is not endgame Clive, but that is an anti-feat right there for heat resistance. For base,
Bro,
specifically.
Clive out here after fighting several icons? Don't talk to me about Liquid Flame, bro. I don't want to run that fade back again.
Listen. This is just all I'm bringing up is that like Clive is acknowledging the multi-magna probably would have done him in base at
All
that
right,
point in the
boys.
game. That does not mean that it applies to end of game. I'm just saying it applies for that specific iteration.
Okay. I'm going to assume this is written immediately after the fight happens. But this means that at bare minimum, base Clive does not want the smoke. All right, guys, I got a new versus matchup that I'm actually excited about. Timekeeper versus Liquid Flame. Let's go.
Okay, aesthetically, that actually is like kind of fire. But like, Timekeeper wins.
I don't care. That's fuck that render go. That fucking image goes so fucking hard though. Yeah.
What
So
other enemies would you want? Like, I wonder. I wonder if there's like a section for Owen's fight or like Barnabas in like his own area.
there is. It's up there. I remember seeing it. Wait, the Gaia Blade? What the fuck is the Gaia Blade?
I don't even remember. I saw that. I was like, huh? Does this mean the world keeping the world section has like sections for weapons?
That's weird. Okay, so I gotta go through the top part though for sure. But that being said, though, fucking this fucking section here, I thought it was gonna be trash, but no. Gave me some of the best fucking statements in this fucking book.
It has some spicy stuff. I'll admit.
And
All
here
right, I gotta go. I overstayed my welcome. But to make up for it, I was kind of down today, and this was a pleasant experience. I'm sorry for like dipping for a good chunk of your run, but I had to
no.
eat some pizza early.
Well, no, I understand because there wasn't much to talk about early on because we had to skim through so many pages. But you're good, man. Take care of your business.
If you reread through this and find stuff that I haven't seen yet, do send. I'll try and get this on mobile in a bit later.
Yeah, I'll end up rereading this more in depth later, but for now, initial impressions are what I'm going with. All right, man. Take care of yourself.
Actually, last thing, can you send me a screenshot of the behemoth thing?
Yeah, I think I took a picture of it. I should be able to send it to you later. If not, I'll grab it before I end the stream.
All right, thanks.
Peace.
You have a good one, and remember, Clive wins.
Sure he does. Oh, hang on. Actually, this one I kind of want to know about Rodney. So this is the guy from the actual event. Did he get turned to ash?
Wait. Let me finish. Clive wins, Mr. Tumblr Sexy Man. There we go.
Well, I mean, now with this new fucking outfit from fucking, the new Dissidia game, I mean, obviously he's gonna be everywhere.
I mean, he still loses to Sans though.
So, real quick, because you're on VSP server, or I think you are. Why does 16 not have any VSP pages? Like, do they just not care about it at all, or like?
Don't ask me. I'm not active on BSB these days.
Fair enough.
If I were to return, it would be for Shaman King.
And all you fuckers keep saying Shaman King like it's a series that matters, bro.
It doesn't, but still, I have nostalgia for it.
No, you're good. All right. Take care, mate. On 18 summer, so we get these for the server these marriage allows they were discussing for the first at the inferno PHK as this is parish smart. I'll have to check. I'll actually have to look into the fucking year timeline at this point because I need to know when these were written. Actually, let's go. Well, no, let's continue here. Because we can get time. There's a timeline situation here. We can actually just take a look at see when he wrote that thing. Hmm? It's true about the meteor, yeah. One of the first swords you craft, I see. The meteor from the behemoth caused third-degree burns of semi-prime Clive, which he couldn't heal without Joshua's help. So Clive just has like fucking poor heat resistance? Is that what I'm hearing? Well, now that this is out, we can actually do like an actual proper how powerful going over everything for Clive. Wait, what am I doing? I can. Oh, sucks to be them. Okay, so Discovery Eyes on the North. Okay, so we've already seen this. Okay, I'm gonna have to read this in more detail at that point to fucking actually see where it's at. But hang on, I'm not out of the woods yet. So where is the Omega section I have saved? Here it is, Omega 878. Of course I didn't fucking. Of course I didn't get the fucking date. Here we go, Iron Kingdom. Should be here somewhere. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, sure, Devil, if we can make it work. Guys, they're rated in the same fucking year. No, 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 no. Final Fantasy 16 takes place over the course of a year after the time skip, right? This is a post time skip fight, right? No, 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 no. When Clive destroys the crystal with this creature, it's post time skip, right? Yeah, okay. I'm still gonna just fucking grab this shit for fucking. At that point, you'd have to make an argument that he gets way stronger in order for this to fucking work. Okay, so with everything said and done on the table, what have we learned? Also, Ultima's void is linked to consciousness. He states it. Yes, I believe I have that scan. Let me check. Uh, Within, they were given a brief glimpse of the corruption that consumes the mad god and barely escape with their sanity. Also, that's a bad sanity statement for Clive and them. Devil, where does he state the consciousness thing? Oh, it might be here. Also, exist outside of space and time, I think for sure kills the idea of higher dimensional scaling. There was a transcended statement somewhere. I guess I didn't. I guess I can find it. Hang on. Should be. Oh no, I already closed it off. He states it. Devil, you're gonna have to send that scan them when able. No, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Hasn't shown up to any streams in a while. I haven't seen Red Dusk in a fat minute. Just thought about that. Hope he's doing good. Definitely an interesting book. It didn't answer the questions I wanted, but it did give me enough information to where I don't hate it. I'll have a lot to piecemeal and digest. New information is always good. Is it raining outside? Fuck, I think it is. So, with that said, Planetary is sealed deal, MFTL2. I don't think MFTL exists anymore. I think outside of wishing the interdimensional rift had better statements or more like complete statements, I think this is the best we could have asked for when it came to like information. And no, I don't mean like scaling and downscaling. I don't care if this confirmed Clyde being universal, I would not have cared. All I cared about was information, but I think this was the best we could have asked for, being realistic when it comes to information. Because they weren't going to give us a power scaler's depth to the system. Unfortunately, that was just never going to happen. I don't think that was ever going to be a scenario where we got that. For better or for worse. I think it's just important to be honest and upfront about that one. There's a case to be made that Bahamut actually got nerfed with the crystal. Also, oh, well, I guess this will just confirm my dominant to icon scaling. Because if Clive can fight someone who's stronger and faster than any other of his opponents, that would mean that Omega's beyond Bahamut with the power of the crystal or stronger than it. Oh, no, I don't like that. No. Oh, why couldn't you have just said it was comparable? Oh, gross. Well, what is there any Bahamut comment? You know what? Let's no there wasn't, because I can pull up the Bahamut section real quickly. We do get a statement that Bahamut's strength was stronger than the Phoenix. So that's pretty cool, I guess. I'll have to go back and check. But
I think you were done with your stream.
well, I was about to finish it, but I'm sort of like giving final thoughts on it. Because
Oh.
people were asking questions about like, did we learn anything? If Arisen would just be stronger, but nothing new, no new information beyond that. Yeah, not really much on Bahamut in terms of like statements or like any conversations about Clive fighting him. We do get a statement he could prime 6 times in one battle, which actually gives him better stamina than Clive. Go figure.
Wait, what? Send me that. Send me that.
Yeah, so apparently in his fight against Odin, I guess they both primed 6 times against each other, and
What the fuck?
they still ended in a stalemate.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, I just sent it to you right now. And it says the battle. So that would have to be within the span of at least a couple hours. It doesn't say the war. A battle would only be like at most you would assume like a couple hours, maybe even like 10 hours.
Well, twixt light and dark is eternal day, giving away to night. It's saying that's saying is basically they fought for some hours. It's right after the part where they said half dozen.
Yeah, but this could be in reference to like light and dark because it sounds like because if you read it completely, it sounds like they're like talking about how light and dark always go back and forth with each other, so they would never be like greater than the other.
That's
Dion
fair.
went, talked to
That
his
still
boyfriend,
makes
got him a drink, and then went back to it.
That still makes no sense to me. It's like the power scaling in the game doesn't make much sense to me on that front. That like if Bahamut is supposed to be Odin's equal, genuinely, and
You want
the
a
only way it
statement?
makes
You want a statement from Joshua saying Odin is the mightiest of the icons?
well, no. The only way that makes the sense to me is that like if the buff between Ifrit and Ifrit Risen is like insane, maybe.
Well, Ifrit Risen's supposed to be vastly superior to Ifrit, so I wouldn't be too surprised on that one.
Anyways, I'm gonna dip. I rejoined just because I noticed you were still going.
Yeah,
All right,
no,
talk to you later.
stream, layers, mate. The stream will be ending in a few minutes. All right. Yeah. Overall, as a lore book, I think probably a solid 9 or 8 out of 10. As power scaling, probably a 6 or 7, which is probably the best we were going to get. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day, and I'll see you guys on the next streamer video. Take care, everybody, and have yourselves a nice night.